Wow. That's quite the wins. All right, I'm gonna close that live thread for right now. I need a break. Dwarf Fortress, because video games still matter. So, plan for the day, like I was saying earlier, is we're gonna put probably a year of time, maybe 2, into Longdeath. Depends. And then maybe Zomboid later. I don't know. Depends on what we feel like. But we're year 378, meaning the fortress is 373 years old. And obviously there's probably going to be a lot of talking about Ukraine. So just going to kind of get that out at the front. As far as the fort itself, Pilot, Axon, Clevenair, Jimmy Tibby, Lil M. Katsu, Nanochip, Cryven, Diamond Destruct, Anonymous, Banana, Massive, Volleylol, Aqua, Letharticus, Anthony, Reinhardt, Tygo, Don Caribou, Zindros, Stone, Blue Space Weave, Oswix, Dragon, Rory, Arch, Paranoid Metroid, LaFonda, Zetsuki, Team Xeno, Do It, Tele, Valinor, Mothrai, Navy, Discoid, Malden, IDZ, Athros, Mar, Space Pirate, Krabicus, Merc, Bellinair, and of course Whitcode. They're all in the fort. So, as the initial lag of me loading into the world goes away, we're working on pretty patterns on the floor. That's what we're doing in the fort. There's some insane dwarves wandering around. There's some less insane dwarves wandering around. As for the fort itself, it is, as I said, very, very, very large. And that's kind of the only real personality that it has right now. It's very large and very quiet. What time of year is it here? It's mid-spring in Longdeath. We are currently making leather caps, allegedly. We have a total population of 40, but with my merchants, we're at 51. And we have an order to make crutches, so we're going to make some wood crutches. 3 of them, in fact. And just as a overview, if you haven't seen the whole fort, let's just go up to the top. Got the Beehive Tower, which doesn't really get used for much these days. The Upper Tavern, as well as Throne Room and Library, Guild Hall. Ground Lair, where we keep the unicorns. Things go down. Main lair, which we are still prettying up. Storage lair. Coffins and statues and memorials. The very large maze that I made when I was bored. Water power. Water drains. The area that we are clearing of boulders to turn into an obsidian printer. Got a long way to go. Metal bar storage, more metal bar storage, and metal ore storage. Magma furnaces. First cavern layer. And the second cavern layer. Break boulders and make crafts. Shame on the dwarf that didn't have a strange mood. They may not have had strange moods yet. But they may have also had... Yeah, no, this dwarf's had a strange mood. It was just a possession, not a fey mood. And Merc can't walk yet, so give that dude some slack, yeah? Merc literally is a baby still. Like a baby. A baby Dwarf. They don't need legs to swing a pick. Dwarves don't get full-time work until they're, like, 13. So we wait until they're, like, at least old enough to, like, do basic arithmetic first. Considering the dwarves were pondering, almost feels like there's an animal stuck somewhere. Hold on. How many animals are we at? 36? A cat or anything that's, like, hiding somewhere that's, like, stuck? Not that I'm seeing. I mean, babies get given beer at birth. That's, like, the most important thing. I don't know. Something's going on. Why are we framey? Buzzards, probably. They ain't helping. Definitely it's the buzzards. Considering they're all stealing meals. Like, this one's carrying a unicorn roast. How about you? Yeah, they're all carrying food off the map. That's probably what the lag is being caused by. I'll wait for them to finish stealing the food, and then lag will get better. Sure. Diamond, yeah. Shot glasses for babies. Shot glass is just a pint for babies. That's all it is, right? Man, if I say that too loudly in the wrong place, someone might put me on a list. Not that I'm not already on a bunch of lists, but don't need to be on more, you know? But yeah, as far as the fort goes, there isn't too much for us to do still. Currently, I'm just kind of going to let the frame rate fix itself. I think we might need to do a round of clothing, though. I'm seeing a lot of dwarves with, like, crappy-ish clothing. Maybe we'll wait until late summer to do that. One block thin hallways are real bad for frames, stock photo, because dwarves have to lie down, walk over top of, or jump over standing dwarves to get to the other side, which does weird things to your pathfinding. I would recommend doing at least 2 to 3 wide hallways so that dwarves can, like, walk around each other. 1 wide hallways are kind of not great in that regard for the old frames. So I like making really open forts, which do cause their own kind of frame rate pathing problems because it's like the issue of too many options, which is a different kind of problem, but still a problem. Kind of sucks in adventure mode. You get trampled all the time. Yeah, well, I mean, that happens all the time anyway for dwarves. It's just you're not the one controlling it, so you don't notice as much, right? But yeah, I would kind of recommend against... Oh, we have merchants. I wonder if we traded with them. They haven't left yet? What time of year is it? Mid-spring? Did they only just leave? When was that they set that notification out? That's from the 18th of Slate, and we're up to the 20th now? So it's what, been 2 days? Okay, that's fine. Give them a little bit more time to finish packing before they leave. If they're still here when summer rolls around, I'll just demolish the, the spot that they're staying in specifically. All right, so you want us to finish those crutches for you and make you a pick. But yeah, I'm kind of against one wide hallways, personally. Very suboptimal. There are significantly better widths for hallways. Oh, chat, I'm doom scrolling again. This is going to be an ongoing problem, I think. Also, just like, apologies if the mood is a little bit somber today. I think it's understandable. What book did you guys leave on that throne? Principles of the Interviews. Book by Sparkly. Sparkly, you were a good dwarf, even though the prose is amateurish at best. For those of you who do play Dwarf Fortress, do you have particular design aesthetics that you like to do? I like my forts to be very vertical and cover a lot of layers. And I also like to have big, wide open rooms and wide hallways. Which is probably noticed by people who, you know, watch my streams. Hey, one of those buzzards left the map. Those elves haven't left yet. That's concerning. Elves don't leave for a while. It's like, why haven't you left yet? Did you guys, like, break? All right, let's roll up clothing. I wasn't going to do cloth so early, but... Okay, so Tunic I didn't do. Speaking of Tunic, the game Tunic got a release date. Hey Aqua, how are you? Stupidly chaotic underground mazes because you're terrible at planning ahead. That's kind of the best, though. And then, like, right when you do decide to actually do some planning, and then you end up, like, accidentally channeling into a cavern layer, and you're like, well, I actually took the time to do some planning, and now I just have to throw those plans out the window. Because I just found something I wasn't expecting. I don't like to have squares and try and make circular rooms not be the same size in all directions. It ends up resembling a tree and fruit. That's kind of rad. Yeah, I really like that kind of aesthetic where you just, like, try and have as many different shaped rooms kind of spanning off, like, a central structure as much as possible. Good news, though, is Tarn Adams will be joining me next week at 3 p.m. Pacific on Thursday. So that's good. Which means if you have questions to ask Tarn, either DM them to me on Patreon or wait for tomorrow, because tomorrow I'm going to post up a video announcing that proper on the YouTube channel. More tournament interviews are always good. Fun fact, it'll be my 7th. Literally. Which actually kind of shocked me recently when I was just like looking at it going, really? Oh, wow. I've done that 6 times already. Holy shit, time flies. There we go. Clothing industry is up and running. It's good to see the dwarves who are having a rough couple of weeks working. Blue Space Weed, we need to get you happy up again. Missed you felt love when you spoke with your father. You were frustrated after not practicing martial art. You are a scholar. You're in a squad. Which squad are you in? Am I, like, missing the part where I should be able to see the name of the squad that you're in? You're not in a squad, though. What? Let's put you in Bear Fighters. Yeah, you weren't in a squad. You were in a squad that I deleted, I think. I'll let you train later. Still annoyed at the lack of dining. I think I need to go through and like remove all of my dining tables and redo all of them. Kind of the updates, the DF update / interview guy. I'd be curious to see where I was mentioned, but if you have a link to the thread, I'd like to see it. Yeah, that happens every now and again. There are some circles where I'm famous. Hey, the elves finally figured out how to leave. Will help the frames. It's kind of funny. Somebody asked me once if I was famous, and my response was, I'm sort of famous in very, 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 very specific parts of the internet. It's like if you are a regular in like a handful of extremely specific niche parts of like games media, you might know who I am. Outside of that, probably not. But yeah, the one thing that I will say, unless like you're making a super optimized fortress, death to squares. Squares are not necessary. Don't build forts in like squares. A waste of perfectly good fort design. God damn it. They were talking about people making creative DF content with a bunch of people were mentioned, and then someone said something about blind. I know they're a creative streamer and updates YouTuber. Yeah, well, I mean, it's... I'll be honest, I mean, my Steam DF updates got like a total of 1 million views last year, so... Which is something that, like, I can't really fathom, but is true. Yeah, over 1 million views last year. Like 1.2 million views. Speaking of, my YouTube channel is actually crawling up to 2 million views, which is whack. Some people would say that I don't put enough work into them. It's actually kind of funny. I got a couple of comments on the one from yesterday about like, you should go through and remove all of the ums. It's like, well, number one, I did re-record large chunks of this. I did this in 6 takes. Also, I did remove a bunch of the ums. I just didn't remove all of them because that makes speech sound unnatural. I mean, if you remove too many ums, you stop sounding like a human at a point. Frog Fryer, what up? It's good to see you. Hey, hi, hello. Huh. So this is F1 news, but it's F1 news related to what's going on in Ukraine. I don't know how many people here care about F1 right now. Can't spell human without That's well done. I like it. For reference, the F1 team Haas is very, 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 very Russian sponsored, and practically has the Russian flag on the front of it, which is kind of always been very funny that their car literally looked like a Russian flag last year, and it's the American team, which was kind of just the running joke most of last season for F1. Now it's like they're removing that part of their livery. I wonder if they're dropping the sponsorship entirely, or if they're just removing the that part of the livery. Hoive. The funny thing is not all cultures use so and are also options. Fair enough. I'll make sure to include more ers and as in my next video so that so that I can be more inclusive. How's that? I should like do a speech about that in my next video. I'll be like, so I've had some criticisms from people stating that I say and too much in my videos. So going forward, for the sake of inclusivity, I'm also going to try to say and to include all other cultures as well. So in between words, I have to force myself to say just for the sake of annoying that one person. I'm not that petty, usually. I've been known to be more petty, more picks and crutches, courtesy of the king. I think it was 2 and 3. Also, I hope you're doing all right, Frog. Enjoy your lurks, Tailing. I'm assuming you're headed back to work. Reading tweets on Twitter. I need to stop doing that. Sad. It wants to be the height of human and is forcing subjects to make leg extensions. Yes, potentially. But the king just has an obsession with crutches. You know, Dwarf Fortress doesn't always give reasons for why dwarves want certain things. But this particular dwarf, who is our king, right? Likes lead, Geshenite, the color dark brown, picks and crutches. Picks and crutches. He just likes picks and crutches. I gather he probably has a very extensive collection of picks and crutches. And he owns 547 items. He's also very greedy, I think. At least he was. Well, he easily develops positive feelings, so that's good. Actively avoids exciting or stressful situations. Yeah. So yeah, he just really likes picks. Combine that with also being greedy. We're currently kind of lurking while working on a commission and struggling to paint black curly hair. Yeah, I best of luck with the commission. I'm okay with people semi-lurking today. I mean, it's very much like... kind of like I was saying earlier. Today and probably for the next week, maybe 2, probably longer, I'm going to have a very hard time doing my job. Because I'm a depressed, stoner, privileged white kid who lives in one of the quietest, most peaceful countries in the world, getting to play video games for a living. And I feel like there's absolutely nothing I can actually do to help people that are not in my situation right now. Makes me feel like absolute garbage. So it's like, I'm just kind of sitting here trying to do my best to do my job. Hopefully just give people some peace. Also, the frame rate sped up. I think those elves were stuck. Combine that with like the theft of food by the birds. Yeah, I can't say I've ever tried to draw black curly hair. I mean, it helps me too. That's why I do it. Financially and mentally. Let me know. You drew all sorts of hair, but it's very undetailed. You have like a very kind of comic book style with your drawings, Stone. Speaking of drawings, lovely artist from Russia, Cooler, got all these for me. So I gotta set these up soon. Kind of waiting on the rest of them, though. Once everything is done, because I've also ordered some other things. So once those come in as well, gonna kind of do a channel overhaul all at once. Yeah, no, absolutely. Let me know. There's just something... I need to vent this, because last night, while watching the live feed that I have up here, I literally saw a clip of cruise missiles taking off in Russia with like people in apartment buildings filming them as they're taking off. And then not 20 minutes later, footage of them landing. Not only have we not seen a conflict like this since World War II, but we get to watch it in real time. And it's like... I cannot agree with that Twitter poster more, that we need to stop living in historical events because this shit sucks. Really does. Mission is in a realistic style, so it's taking a while. Oh, really? Like photorealism type thing? Do a space weave. I'm worried about this dwarf. Lack of decent meals. What do you want to eat? Camel cheese? Of course. Brown bullhead. I'm sure we can buy some camel cheese. TikTok, Instagram, Twitter, Reddit, YouTube, you know? Like, YouTube's the slow one now. Well, YouTube Shorts, actually. But I'm sure you can handle the commission. Ocean bug. Thread into cloth. I'm really curious about how much thread we have lying around. A while ago, something happened where like suddenly all of my thread stores just vanished. And then all of my cloth stores vanished. Yeah, I mean, I woke up this morning, Frog, and Taiwan was trending. That made my brain stop when I saw that. It's almost photorealistic. You could post a picture on the Discord. There's an art section there if you want. Chat can give feedback if you like. I'm just curious about how much plant cloth we have. By the way, if you're wondering what I'm okay, there we go. If you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm just waiting for the game to like load all of the blocks and move down because there's so many things in the block section. Holy shit, I have a lot of cave spider silk. Well, that answers a lot. All right, well, let's stop making shit out of cloth and just swap entirely over to cave spider silk. Did we make those things for the king? Yes. Screw that. I did not realize I had so much cave spider silk. Silk is much more valuable anyway, so... My happy personality has been missed. I don't know who you're talking about, but it can't be me. How are you doing, H2O? The funniest thing I've heard all day. Glove. So what you been up to, H2O? I mean, generally, right now I'm just kind of watching the world crumble in real time. So that's about where my mental state is currently. Is just, you know. Although if you want to cackle, there's a pretty funny cackle. It's rough these days? That's an understatement. But, you know, it is what it is, right? I like this quote. Reporter asks Biden, is Putin threatening a nuclear strike? And then quote from Biden, I have no idea what he's threatening. I know what he's already done. That's fucked up. Wow. I see what you mean about the hair. That is a lot of hair. I don't envy you having to draw that. Face looks beautiful, though. Well done. Also, I now know who Ocean Bug is on Discord. I'm struggling with crossed out, working on. Looks lovely. Oy vey. Yeah, that's scary. Looks like we're moving into summer. Game is saving. Yeah, I'm not worried about it passing. I know it'll pass. Nah, it's fine. Well, I mean, if you're posting, like, if you're just posting something you're working on, feel free to throw it into the art room. If you're posting your portfolio, put it in self-promotion. Does that make sense? Like, if you're like soliciting commissions, then put it in self-promotion. Or if you're trying to sell stuff, then self-promotion. But if you're just like posting something you're working on, like, where did Blue Space Week go? There you are. Kind of babysitting this dwarf right now. Yeah, we do always need more artists in the post-art room. Because right now it's... I mean, it's not too much of a, but it's kind of a Stone's blog currently. Which isn't necessarily a problem. It's fine. I'm really curious to see what the dwarves think of their new silk clothing. Feel satisfied after producing a masterwork? Wearing any silk yet? Holy shit, you have a lot of rings. No, this dwarf dreams of raising a family. This dream is realized. He has a bunch of kids. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 lovers, including the king. King, do you have any... The king only has one lover. Wow. I really want my king to get married in my fort. But it's not going to happen because he's got that fucking lover. I very much doubt. Unless he already has other lovers. Is he going to just, like, have enough lovers that one of them is, like, going to marry him? Yeah, room. Room, channel, chat. Bleh. Not in Dwarf Fortress, no. God, political marriages would be really cool in Dwarf Fortress, though. Drawing is one of those skills that I wish that I took the time to get good at. Because I really, really like drawing abstract architecture. And I've definitely spent time doing it in the past. But I've never really gotten good at it, if that makes any sense. Like, I was always kind of shit at it, and I never took the time to get good at it. And it's just not something that I've really had time to dedicate time to recently. And also, it's really hard to say that this too shall pass, especially in regards to Russia right now, just because we are at the beginning of escalation. Like, in order to be able to say that a thing is going to pass, we have to be at the point where it's no longer escalating and de-escalating. We're still escalating. That's where we're at right now. We are still escalating. Your improvement makes you happy? Well, that's cool. I certainly would say that you have a style, and I'd love to see you try other styles, but I think that your style is, for what it is, pretty well done. That is vastly not true. That's absolutely not true. You can donate to Red Cross, damn it. Donate to charities that are helping people. Buy this war of mine. That's a very easy way of supporting Red Cross right now. Fucked up Thursday? Yeah, man! How's you? Jesus Christ. Like, I'm still thinking about it, and I haven't, like, locked anything in, but I might try and do some sort of charity thing next week for this. Might. Because all of this is just a damn shame. I need to figure out, like, what I can actually do, what my options are. That or I might just donate to Red Cross and keep streaming normally. Just really blows. Yep. Yep. My brain wanted to make a joke out of that, but I can't do it. Now, this is a frustrating thing. Frustrated after being unable to help any for too long. You want people to get hurt so you can tend to them. That's what this dwarf wants. What, does this say side by side before and after of your art? Of, like, working on it for a long time, or? Just want to say that this guy looks pissed. He looks really unhappy to be here. Damn, they powered through that silk clothing real quick. Right, I guess we'll be wearing silk clothing for a little bit. I mean, that's what the pet channel is for, right? We were talking about house plants earlier, so I figured it was relevant. I got up and took some pictures of my plants. It's mostly photosynthesis there at this point. I mean, it's not my fault that you guys have been slacking on the cat photos. Come on. Considering if you scroll up far enough, you'll see a picture of Mine's kid, which is his pet. Very expensive pet. Speaking of very expensive pets, the humans have arrived to trade. Yeah, unfortunately, they're very bad at playing the organ, though. Too many isms. Not enough organs. I think we're just going to finish making all this silk clothing and then we'll trade with them. So chat, what are you doing on this fine Thursday? And if the answer is doom scrolling, I think that is a fair and honest answer. So, I have a GIF that may or may not be copyrighted, so I'm not going to click it or show it on stream, of a dog bringing over a balloon with sun on it to bring some sunshine into your day. Idla says, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. The world is the same as ever. What requests do you have of our merchants? No war. What I request, but also, I need camel cheese is what I need, actually. A bunch of dwarves that want camel cheese for some reason, and I don't think they have. Oh, no, they do. Two-humped camel cheese. Hopefully there isn't a difference between two-humped camel cheese and camel cheese, so I will just order that. Why not also yak cheese? You're looking for a new case. You're looking for a case for this new to me but old Samsung A51. Is that a phone? I'm assuming that's a phone, but could be wrong. Gonna play Elden Ring. You know, I'm not gonna say that this would be a better game to play right now, but Metro series were all made in Kiev. Like, I almost downloaded Metro 2033 Redux this morning when I woke up.
Can anybody remind me of the last time things got better instead of worse?
I would gladly redo 2020 to not have this right now. How's that? Jay, just some old guy with a 0 and a 1. Thanks for the 9th month. Welcome back. Like, I would do the pandemic, the isolation, and all that shit one more time just to not have all these people dying. And Russia doing whatever the fuck. That's my current take. Because, like, you know, there's part of me that wants to be like, oh, this shit'll be over soon. No, it's not gonna be over soon. Just read what Biden's shouting right now. It's not gonna be over soon. I literally, the first thing I saw when I finished my stream yesterday is I went to go name my VODs and do some exporting. And I opened up Reddit, and the first thing I saw was a post on /r Stalker that was literally just, so Stalker 2 is out now? Question mark with a picture of an explosion. And I'm just, fuck, okay, shit. But yes, I agree. I'm also preemptively sick of the Stalker meme. Also, just some things. This War of Mine is giving 100% of their proceeds to, like it says right there now, support victims of the war in Ukraine. So if you don't own this game or you're missing some DLC, they're giving 100% of their profits to that. I mean, obviously you're still giving 30% to Valve, but I think I'm going to use this as an opportunity to maybe gift this game to some people. But you know. So that's a thing. Holding up for what? What am I holding up for, Simon? We're doing on the clothing. Get in there. But yeah, right now is a good time to play Stalker. Another game as well that you can buy if you want to support Ukrainian game developers is Ostriv. The developer for this game was tweeting about hearing explosions yesterday. So, another game that you can buy if you want. It's actually one I don't own. It's so tough to get through. I didn't find this War of Mine that bad, but that's because I'm a horrible person in video games. It's funny because, like, me playing it, I can just play that game and not worry about it. Chat got too depressed. I had to stop playing it when I went back to it a couple of years ago. Chat was like, I can't do this right now. I'm like, sorry, I just shotgunned grandma. Like I said, I think I'm just a bad person. I just go full video game mode and just be a bad person. Also, hi Murphist. I didn't actually say hi to you. Thanks for the lurks today. But, yeah. I want somebody to make a list of Ukrainian games right now. Like, I really want that. But unfortunately, I don't know too many. I only know a handful. Ay vey. All right, let's start trading. Humans seem to have all arrived. Let's just do crafts, because I do need to get rid of a lot of those. That's a good Wikipedia list. Hold up, I will scroll through that in a minute. I love how many figurines we still get of the old King Kade. This world is going to be flooded with figurines of King Kade. Not to be confused with King Kai, of course. Adam RPG, that's one. Age of Decadence is another one. All the Sherlock Holmes games? Really? I didn't realize that, The Ultimate General series? Those are neat. I was right, it was Warface. All the Cossacks games. Of course, the Metro games. Fuck, I forgot about Nuclear Union. Stalin versus Martians. I mean, that definitely sounds like a video game. Or like a B- movie. Now I'm just tempted to play Adam RPG, because FG always says really nice things about it. Which is this. Or not this. Adam Team. This one. I think. Yeah, this. This game. Which is just like Soviet Fallout, basically. There we go. Look at all those crafts. Looks hilarious. I mean, who doesn't want to play a game called Stalin versus Martians? That's definitely the most video game title on there. I need to take a real quick toilet break. Back in a sec. Stone is discovering math. I mean, it can't do 0.5s, so when you give it weird numbers like that, it sometimes breaks. Passed around. Now, are you talking about the people, the Cossacks, or are you talking about the video games, the Cossacks? Because I don't know and I don't know. All I know is Cossacks is like, you know, this, right? You know, big pew pew RTS game. I mean, the house always wins, Alamino. Is apparently a parody of World War II RTS games. I love how everybody here is just like researching Stalin versus Martians. It's just like, everybody's just like, no, that's the game that stands out from this list and we're going to find out everything about it. You want to know what's even better? Is they're making a fourth one, apparently. Not only have they made one, not only have they made two, but they're making a fourth one, which is allegedly coming out in 2021. Bit late, guys. I just want to... Anyway. Stalin versus Martians. 4. Trashy and over the top. Yeah, huh? Hi, Finian. Kind of does look like the kind of funny we need right now. Unfortunately, that game's not out and was supposed to come out last year. I didn't say a Finian. I didn't say an A in Finian, though. It's the FI that's throwing me off. And hey, Scherzel. Here for more lurking? Hell yeah, dude. You get blind being a doomer today. I'd say apologies, but I'm also not sorry, so... Alright, what do I actually need from here? I need gold. I need yellow stone. I'm Canadian, I have to say it. It's really just camel cheese I need. 2-humped camel cheese. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm needing. That. 2-humped camel cheese. I got a bunch of dwarves that really want 2-humped camel cheese for some reason. And I have no 2-humped camels, so we're going to buy all of these. Also, how the heck did I end up on this? That's not in the playlist I was listening to anymore. I was in the playlist, and then it stopped listening to the playlist there. Some llama cheese in there, that's fine. I wouldn't... I mean, my uneducated mouth who hasn't eaten 1 or 2-humped camel cheese ever in my life, in fact, would say I have no idea. I doubt it, though. You always have a choice. It's a habit. Saying sorry isn't a bad habit to have, though. There are worse habits. Kind of played in part in GoldenEye movie. Alec was descended from Lynn's Cossacks, which is a very real thing. Really? I haven't seen GoldenEye in like multiple decades. Eating no humped camel cheese. Yes, I've never eaten humped camel cheese. Yay, sanctions. Never had camel cheese. You've had camel jerky. I can believe that. It seems like an odd animal to slaughter for jerky, though. Look like that Ring game is going to release in a few hours. You mean Elden Ring? That Ring game? Speaking of that Ring game, Imush has given birth to a girl. We have a brand new girl in the fortress. Brand new baby. Mom is still carrying Merc, too. So, it's definitely Kosoth and Ducky. Or, sorry, rather, Kosoth and Imush making another baby. Is there 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11th child. 12th child. That's a lot of kids. So, if you'd like to be the brand new baby girl in the fort, raise your hand. We only know like 2 or 3 of them. There's something to do with like the density of the milk not working for cheese. Like there's a reason why, what's it called? How many would that even be, Bastet? Do you know? Like, the reason we don't drink pig's milk and drink pig's cheese is because it's too watery. Like, I know there's, like, different thickness levels of milk. Some are too thick, some aren't thick enough. Whereas, like, whale milk, as an example, is, like, practically cheese already. I know that you're lifting your arm. I'm just wondering what number that would be. Differences in fat content? Sure. Thickness, fat content. Isn't that really just the same thing at this point? I'm spelling thickness in my brain with a THICC, right? You need that thick milk. So some are just bad for, you know, that. Ain't nobody making sperm wheel cheese? No one's dedicated hard enough to trying. Probably? Hold on a second. I'm gonna do a bad Google search. Give me a second. Human cheese. Not only do people make it, but you can buy it. Yep. Apparently there's a place in Wisconsin where you can buy it. Kind of looks like goat cheese. I've been marked as a person with a very strange specific fetish as of right now. Which I just closed the tab for, so. Apparently, Ukraine, Russia, and Belarus are now all no-fly zones. Cool. Anyway, did anybody want this dwarf? Elden Ring? No interest in Elden Ring. I'd give it to Bastet, but Bastet's had so many in this fort. Is there anybody who hasn't had a dwarf in this fort? And also G Panta, it's good to see you. It's Wisconsin and not Alabama. I mean, that was just the website I landed on, was a place where you could buy it from Wisconsin via mail. So, I mean, there's probably other places. Elamino, have you ever had a dwarf in this fort? I don't think you have, so this would be Elamino the first. I think that's ideal. You have one currently, Axon. Elamino! Brand new baby girl. Whose baby is it? Imlish and Kosoth, two of our merchants. Her eyebrows are incredibly high and her hair is dry. Her very short hair is neatly combed and her slightly upturned nose is short. Her hair is ecru and her skin is sandy taupe. Her eyes are cobalt and her ears have small lobes. She likes hornblende, steel, scoral, bitter orange wood, short swords and millstones and anvils and alpacas for their resemblance to a miniature llama, and the words of the number of glistening, and the sight of the rhythm of gloss, and prefers to consume clown loach, swamp whiskey, and you can't stand bats. Personally believes the truth is unavoidable, regardless of the cost. Finds moderation and self-control to be very important and believes it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining. I like this dwarf. She is frequently depressed, mood, and she has little time for forgiveness, will generally seek retribution, and does not find most jokes humorous. She tends to be swayed by the emotions of others and tries to keep things orderly. She is very humble and doesn't try to get things done perfectly. She is quick to anger and she isn't particularly curious about the world. She tries to take it easy and she is not. She tries to take it. Where did it go? She likes to take it easy, and she is not not particularly interested in what others think of her. Has an active imagination and takes a deep breath whenever she's surprised. Needs alcohol to get through the working day, and aside from that, yeah, it's just, pretty standard look for a dwarf. Cobalt eyes, ears have small lobes. Her hair is ecru, and her skin is sandy taupe, just like most of the dwarves in this fortress. I think we're gonna see if we can bring some more crafts into trade. As much as I like using YouTube playlists, I really get annoyed when YouTube's just like, yeah, I'm gonna move you out of this playlist that you set. Like, I set you to be in a playlist, and you keep on playing things that are not in the playlist, YouTube. I appreciate all of this stuff, but, can we, just get the playlist that I started? That would be cool. Copyright says otherwise. Okay, let's try this again. Spitalier, thank you very much for gifting a sub. I hope you're doing all right. I'm just, perma-doom scrolling right now. Hope things are good. Thank you very much for helping keep this channel funded. As I bump my mug on my microphone and spill coffee on myself. What's my longest running fort? This one. Why in the world would I have a fort that's older than Longdeath? Yeah. How? This one's taken me almost 2 years. When we hit August, this fort will be 2 years old. So definitely this one. Far and away. No contest. Aside from that, I had one that was 70. But... or rather, I was in a world for about 70 years. I've been in individual worlds for about close to 100 years, probably. How old is Longdeath? We're on year 378, meaning the fortress is 373 years old. What's the longest running fort without limiting the population? I have no idea. Every long running fort I know of limited the population and limits the population. Unless you're just asking me, probably 40 years, 50 years. I had one that Axon really liked, which was that underground library one. Can't remember the name of it, but that fortress was uncapped by the end, and that was like 30 something. I almost always limit the population to a degree, so like it's kind of a hard question to answer. But also, I don't like have active notes on all of the forts I've ever done, and I've had forts at varying lengths. Your eyes are feeling feelings. To me, that means crying, but you have a good snooze. Is that an artifact wheelbarrow? Pardon? Why is that wheelbarrow? Oh, is that wheelbarrow full of stuff? Okay, so it's a wheelbarrow full of crafts. I've never seen that before. But then they only want to buy... Oh, I understand. Okay, so it's not a number. It's valued at 763. It weighs 1,914. That makes a lot more sense. I mean, we were talking about that with several members of the chat over today as well, who are in various places in Ukraine. I think Tygo's still here. Actually, I don't think anyone else has said anything today. I think it was just Tygo. Off the top of my head, I can think of about a dozen people that I know who frequent this stream and or subscribe, who are in various large cities in Ukraine. And I got a handful of DMs from various people basically saying goodbye yesterday. So one of them dropped their Patreon support this morning, which I completely fucking understand. So it's like, it's gonna be a weird week. Sure. Yep. That's what I've been seeing. I mean, I've got the Reddit live feed up in the background, so I'm seeing like dozens of perspectives a minute on different things that are happening. You're dealing with bitchy wife today? No, not to like completely knock having to deal with a complaining wife. All right, we got bigger problems in the world right now, dude. Yeah, that's what Biden's been shouting about. There's also protesters in Russia getting arrested right now. It was like 1,500 people in Moscow Square got arrested for protesting the war. So that's happening. And right across the street from me, because I poked my head outside this morning, get some fresh air before I turn the stream on, there's a Ukrainian Orthodox church. There's actually two. They're giving away free pierogies today. Well, pierogi, I guess, technically. They normally charge $5 for them, but... Hey, chat, I've got a very important picture that Hobo just posted on Discord of some very cute ducklings. That's important news. Thanks, Hobo. I needed that. And also, G Panta, you don't need to say sorry to me. Like, I mean, like, I guess Wave to Play should also kind of like pointed a finger at like, you know, maybe not so certain earlier, but like, I'm a Canadian on the West Coast. I'm about as far away from that conflict as possible, unless like China starts bombing us or some shit. Like, I'm about as far away from that as possible. Also, just checking. Okay. We are still in the correct playlist. You can shake your mobile when you're in the news part to take a break and see cute stuff. I'm sorry, hold on. What? What subreddit does that? Talking about like the live feed? The country of Ukraine has a Patreon? That seems like a poor method. That sounds like a scam. You might want to confirm that. Hey, Pablo Rasta. In the app itself? I don't know. I'll look at it later. I think the Ukrainian army, or I don't know. I don't know if any of this is legit or not, so I'm not going to start promoting shit. It does kind of look like there are groups in the Ukraine starting Patreons. You just wished you could do more. You made the decision to join reservants in your country. Ukraine is 300 kilometers from our home. Can I ask which country you're in? Said your country is a NATO member. I mean, NATO's also doing their flexing right now. That and LNP updates. I mean, like, yesterday morning, I made a 10-minute video talking about a roadmap for Dwarf Fortress. And like, I don't know. It's difficult because like, if I didn't do this job, it would probably, like, being honest, it would probably be a, oh, that's happening. Fuck. Hope that doesn't come over here. But the fact that I do this job and I talk to so many people from so many different countries, like, we can, like, multiple times yesterday, we had conversations between people in Ukraine and people in Moscow. Like, just in the chat, right? And the world feels a lot smaller now to me. I don't know if that goes for the rest of you guys just because of the internet. It stops feeling like different countries and different powers and different all that shit. It just kind of turns into like, you know, we're all just people. Stop fucking shooting each other. When you joined the Army Reserve in 2004 during the invasions and basic training, they called us road bumps. To take hits for the combat, folks. Fun! Yeah, I'd get out too. Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't be allowed to join any reserves even if I wanted to. Between type 1 diabetes and my shitty vision, yeah, I'd be useless to them. So at least there's that. But... kind of a mixed bag. Yeah, I'm super disabled, which means I can never be forcibly told to join the military. Plus side of being disabled? You can't enlist either epileptic, I get you. not you don't want to though? Yeah, well. How am I feeling? You should have asked me that like yesterday morning, because yesterday morning I would have been like, pretty good. Pretty good. At least I'd be useless, so there's that. I mean, if I was like enlisted to go fight somewhere, I would probably pass out on the first day and die of diabetic shock. I almost said epileptic shock because I was staring at the word epileptic, but diabetic shock. Probably what would happen. Yeah, just like tape me to the side of a tank like fucking South Park did. That's what I'd be useful for. Although my favorite quote out of all of this is just from some random person I saw on Twitter that just said, "Can we please stop living in major historical events?" Like, I want a break. I want a boring year where nothing of note happens. We just have that for a bit. Maybe this is just because I'm so Canadian and privileged, but I just don't understand the logic in any of this. It all started when they killed Harambe. I mean... I don't really remember the 90s, I'll be honest. What was the last year where nothing happened? What happened in 2019? There was like Taiwan was 2019. I feel like, yeah, but like Trump got kind of like less concerning towards the end. I don't know. Trump feels like small fry at this point. Have I really been happy since Harambe died? I have been, and I can tell you why. There's an Ethiopian restaurant here called Harambe's, and it's a family-owned restaurant thing. Hold on. Wait, what do you want? 3 picks, okay. It's a family-owned restaurant diner, but it's really, really good Ethiopian food, and I found out it existed because of Harambe dying. Because their ads went viral in the greater Vancouver area, and I went and lined up and went there, and the food's great. So yes, I've been happy since Harambe died. 2019 was Brexit? True. I guess I kind of forgot about all that shit as a Canadian. I'll say it, Cuba. What's up? Harambe's restaurant? It's good food, man. I swear it's real. What was I gonna do? Iron pick 3 and crutch wood 1. Also, since I saw you pop in the chat briefly, Cupo, check this out. I'm trying to make this thing look pretty. Although importing materials takes billions of years. Trying. I need to go down and mine out more of the Yellowstone. You don't have a double passport, Canada's the only country you would immigrate to. You love the idea of America? I mean, I don't have any intention to ever live anywhere else. Every now and again, people joke that I would love living in Russia, which I don't know if I agree with that right now. Although I don't know if I would agree with that normally. Although that might also just be cooler trying to annoy me. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen you talk about your alchemy powers before. I don't know, except I have 1,000 years in this fort, so I got lots of time. I got lots of time. It's just kimberlite down here. All this kimberlite, no fucking diamonds. What, like Canadian socialized medicine? Or Russian socialized medicine? I mean, I've said this many times. I wouldn't be able to do this job if I didn't have socialized healthcare. It's just a fact. I wouldn't be able to afford private health insurance in the States, so I'd have to get a job or just go onto disability. And if I went onto the disability plan that would allow me to get insulin at no cost, I wouldn't be able to make like over $10,000 a year, which I do make more than $10,000 a year through Twitch and YouTube and all that. So I would have to like intentionally cut my own income or stop streaming. And really sad at the lack of orthoclase in this. Late summer. Probably got to turn the pumps off soon. That time of year. Can't have stuff freezing in early fall. Now, I don't have dental insurance, for whatever it's worth. But I'm extremely anal about how well I take care of my teeth, so... I mean, I have to pay like $300 a year to get my teeth checked twice, but that's about it. $150 for a dentist's appointment. So if I ever have to get a root canal done, I'm in trouble. So I take very good care of my teeth. And I'm one of those fortunate souls that doesn't really have any issues with teeth stuff, generally. You should move into a plant dome. I can tell you right now, you can build, like, I don't know if you have any yard, but you can build some pretty cool, like, greenhouses and glass houses in the backyard for not that much money. I've looked into them before. You're just having it extracted for $400? Yep. Yeah, that sounds about right. Well, you've been stuck at home recovering from shoulder surgery. Really enjoyed the streams to see he was friends of mine. Well, cheers, man. I'll say this. When it comes to streamers, like, there's always, like, that little bit of parasocial relationship, but, like, I mean, you guys are my friends, too, so. Forgot about the lava tower? Yeah, man. 200 years it took me to build that. Granted, I did take like a decade off and went and did other things, but that took a long time to build. A whole fucking long time to build. I mean, right now, kind of, I don't know if it's something that's worth looking forward to, but I've mentioned it a couple of times. Tarn Adams is joining me again for a 7th time to talk about that roadmap that was posted for premium stuff. So that'll be next week, 3 p.m. Pacific on this channel. So I'll have a video up tomorrow if anybody wants to submit questions regarding it. I mean, it only got confirmed yesterday, so it makes sense that you hadn't heard it. Unless you were here yesterday, you wouldn't have heard it. But we get to do that. So start thinking, I guess. It feels so unimportant right now. That's I guess the problem is, like, trying to justify what you do for a living when it's like, to quote Splattercat from this morning on Twitter, Splattercat, the like YouTube gaming person, just stating that like anybody else finding it really difficult to be productive today. It's like it's difficult for me to justify my relevance and whether or not I should actually be working right now. That's where I'm at. Also, I hate that I find this amusing. Still trying to be productive. It's not working out. Yeah. Yeah, that's Ukraine. That's what that is. That is absolutely what that is. As for why Air India is just good question. It's Ukraine and Belarus, yeah. And Crimea. Yeah, they've been in no-fly zone since earlier today. And India was in Kiev last week. There's people in this chat not too far from Kiev. What's in our control and what isn't? Important to know the difference. It doesn't matter if things are in your control or not, in my opinion. You can still show solidarity and throw money at the right charities and yell at people who want to go shoot people. Doesn't matter if it's in your control. If we all just threw our hands up and said, it's out of my control, every time anything bad happened, nothing would ever get done and nothing would ever get better. Everybody's capable of doing something small to help stop things. One of the streams I was watching last night, actually, I had a bunch of streams up last night, but one of the ones that I was watching for a little bit was Jesus AVGN, who's one of the, I think, the biggest Russian streamer on Twitch. I think he's the biggest. He's sometimes the biggest. Depends on the week, I guess. One of the biggest Russian streamers on Twitch. He was literally just watching Russian propaganda, damn near crying with his entire chat just spamming no war, please. With hearts. That's how I feel right now. Like, there's fuck all I can do, but... Tarn was your top charitable donation recipient last year? Is that even a charitable donation? I don't think that's... Because you're technically donating to a business. That'd be like saying that buying a Starship in Star Citizen is a charitable donation. Or donating to me is a charitable donation, which it's not. You're giving money to a private business. Is he a nonprofit? That's news to me. If I didn't know that. I was always under the impression that they're a private business, but... Gives it away for free? That's not the definition of nonprofit, though. I give content away for free. I'm not a nonprofit. But if you're making a joke, then fair enough. I get the joke, but... Bring in crafts upstairs. What time is it? Late summer still? I mean, it took me a second to get it, so I would say it was a pretty bad joke, but I get it. Yes, I do. You can watch me for years and never give me a penny. You're a dad, you can't help it. I have a daddy sense of humor, but I'm definitely not a dad. It's just an extremely dubious business strategy. I want more of this extremely dubious business energy. Well, I mean, giving the game away for free is just marketing. That's all it really is. Well, we have death counts. Don't know if anybody wants that, but I'll give you a link if you want to see it. Yeah, my show is free, right? If I wasn't giving content away for free, all of my streams would be sub-only streams. Because Twitch does have that functionality. Nobody uses it for good fucking reason, because why would you lock out so much potential audience? But, to find the other playlist I was listening to, it doesn't have just that. You know what? Let's do this. Put on this soundtrack that I was listening to last night. This is the soundtrack for Chichery. Looks very similar to one of mine. Just the way that center leaf is like circling in regards to cute plants. Looks like we're into fall. I like how it's just like me posting like the death count of people in Ukraine and then just like Pink Fluffy Llama posting pictures of houseplants. Like that's just my chat right now. I mean, I'm incapable of not being a doomer right now. The humans have arrived with their generous donations. Gotta combat the sadness. Yeah, true. Speaking of, Kit Fox Games has a really good room, I think. Yeah, they still have it. So Kit Fox Games has this very special room, where all that you do is you type in capital A and scream. But if you ever want to scream into a void, Kit Fox Games got you covered. It's a very good Discord room. It's almost as good as my counting room. A child played with a toy axe, and they really enjoyed that. I just say the count out loud, and then people immediately start typing. Screenshot all of this for Stone. Sheep wool tunic. Oh, damn. They brought a guinea hen and a what? What was that? And a nanny goat. So happy Windows unbroke my copy tool. Actually, a big one for these guys. Oh shit, we also caught some wild boars, apparently. Slaughter all the extra stuff. It was like 2 days or something it broke for me. It was the recent update that they broke it, but it seems to be fixed. Just rereading the notes. Oh, for the what do you call it? The what's that? Just grabbed an instrument and I'm curious about what it is. It's red. It's a very dark red color. Oh, it's hematite. Interesting. It's a wind instrument, yeah. One of the ones that my dwarves know how to play, too. Making it straight into the tavern. Good shit. Gotta love it. Okay, so we should be trading with dwarves pretty soon, too. There's a lot of things I'm really pumped for in Dwarf Fortress. So. Because I've seen them using them before. I have a weirdly good memory for oddly specific things, but if a dwarf is like, this dwarf is just telling a story, right? But if they have that icon blinking, and they're also holding a musical instrument, odds are they're playing it. And if in the skills screen for a dwarf, you can filter out things. So if we remove combat and labor, it gives us miscellaneous. You can scroll down through miscellaneous. This dwarf is a grandmaster musician, an accomplished singer, and has skills in the Rallywo, the Mabin, the Ini, the Galom, the Lalor, the Kurig. So this one doesn't actually know how to play those. Actually, no, they do, because Mabin. Mabin. And so then if they are available in the tavern, and there's dwarves in the area, then they will pick up the instrument and play it instead of mimicking the instrument. So if they don't have access to the instrument and they're in the tavern, they will mimic the instrument, which I think is like the dwarven equivalent of playing air guitar and beatboxing. But if they have access to the instrument, then they will go, and the instrument is in the tavern or the temple or wherever they're dancing or playing music, they will go and get the instrument and play it. Yeah, they did that yesterday. H2O. The invasion officially started yesterday, but... You're slow, okay? Yep. Mm-hmm. Unless they're invading somebody else. But, which at this point, it wouldn't actually shock me. Look at this wacky plant. Yep. Mm-hmm. I'm just looking for a live feed. You've been avoiding the news on purpose? Well, for whatever it's worth, they flew attack helicopters earlier today. Like 3 hours ago. So, yeah, no. Russia has been invading for a bit now. It's got fucking leaves growing on its fucking leaves. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes, this is true. This plant does indeed have fucking leaves growing on its leaves. Leave these leaves alone! That's what it's saying. Yeah, like, so is this you talking about avoiding the news and being slow? Is that you just wanted to remind everybody that we landed on the moon? I mean, I respect the hustle of being late to the party. I do respect the hustle, I gotta say it. Right, I've got brass. I can use brass. Oh, dwarves have arrived to trade. We'll do that first. That's all right, guys. Time to put the pipe down. Make the planet the best planet in the galaxy. I mean, we already win Miss Universe every year. What, the Earth? But Bruno's not wrong. Money and human imperfections. By that I mean money and greed. Especially your goddamn hash pipe. Jesus, man. You know, I actually tweeted twice yesterday, which is very rare for me. Put the hash pipe down or use the hash pipe. Because you should, you know, take your doctor's orders very seriously. I actually tweeted yesterday with this very hot take. Just saying. Controversial. Yeah, right? Jeez. What, the hash pipe? G-Panda? I mean, if anybody wants weed, like, come over. I got plenty. I don't have any hash currently, but I got plenty of weed. I'm not going to comment on American politicians. I don't think that that's got much to do with it right now currently. Although, I will say the dude does look like he's ready to go sit in a senior's home. Nil Tungsdumad says, I'm liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. There is much to share. They did your maps. Request you have of our merchants. The dispensary is a little closer. Well, I mean, offers up there if you want it. I'm going to be completely honest. I don't think that, like, bitching about Biden is the priority currently. I think we got bigger problems. Regardless of who you like and dislike. Well, then we've finalized an import agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. Not really, but I do have preferences. Because I have flavor preferences, but I don't really have strain preferences because I think a lot of that is largely just marketing and branding. C'est la vie. This is what it is. Niltongs Dumont says, look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together, of course. I don't care too much about strain when it comes to weed. I like higher THC because I like the effects of THC. And so as long as it's not super low THC percentage, I don't really care. And I always want to be able to smell it first because I want it to be fragrant. I want it to have like a kind of fruity fragrance. I don't really like flavorless weed, so I do want a little bit of flavor to it. But outside of that, I don't really care what strain it is. Currently, I have a small mason jar full of about half an ounce of Alaskan Thunderfuck and about half an ounce of pink lemonade, if you want to know. Yeah, some that the XL just tasted like oranges. I don't know if you've ever had Pineapple Express, but it's like you exhale, it's like, holy pineapple float. It's like pineapple vanilla ice cream. It's the greatest thing. Tangerine Dream's also real nice, just because it's like you get kind of like that orange fragrance. I don't know. I'm not super picky when it comes to weed, as long as it's got THC in it and doesn't taste like nothing. I mean, yeah, it's all marketing. There are certain brands I prefer over others, though. Like there are certain, like actually more specifically, there's some brands I just don't buy because it's like, okay, you've pumped way too much into your branding, and this is just like I don't like your packaging, and like all of this just kind of feels gaudy. But like there are some brands I'm just like, you know what, I'm just not gonna get that. But that's about where my likes and dislikes kind of end. As long as it's cured well and there's a legit trim job, you're happy. Oh yeah, that too. As long as I'm not a huge fan of like crappy trimming. Basically, as long as it's prepared and presented well and like was stored well and is clean. Not too picky. Am I gonna try and grow some? I don't think I have enough sunlight, but I would love to. Let's buy some of these, mostly just to get the berries. So much fun and rewarding. Yeah. I would love to. It's difficult, though, because I live on a ground floor in an apartment building. So theoretically, I could grow them on my porch in the summer. But there's enough people that would just not be above just walking onto somebody's porch, taking a plant and walking away with it, that I would just kind of expect somebody to steal it. And I don't really have space for anything else. But with a bit of added flavor. Yeah, no, totally. You had an outdoor grow up for about 8 years. And I love all these crimes that we're just admitting in chat right now. I mean, my dream in life is being able to get You were legal? Okay, fair. When people say grow up, I assume it's not legal. I at least around here, it's like if you had a grow up, that's an illegal operation. If you were growing weed, you were probably legal. You know? It's like if you were farming weed, you're probably legal. If you had a grow up, that means that you got raided by the cops twice. But good shit. I lost the frame of what I was talking about. You never did weed before 55-year-old life, but was told by your friends that told you to try. You have undiagnosed ADHD, like a lot of people. And you've always been hyperactive as a kid, and your mom gave you Ritalin. Ritalin scares the shit out of me, to be honest with you. What's this playlist we're listening to? This is the soundtrack of the game Chichery by Lena Rain. So the person who did, she did this. She's done music for Minecraft. She's done the Celeste soundtrack, bunch of other stuff as well. So. But apparently her music is all like free to use everywhere now. She like tweeted about it, so. It's one of those like, well, I haven't listened to your music on stream in a while, but if you're going out of your way to make it okay for creators to use it, I will be happy to use it. I'll put it that way. Brought a lot of random animals. Don't know why. Anyway, not much more I need, so I'll just keep trading with them. Made you feel numb? I've never had Ritalin or any of those, but I knew a lot of kids who were. I actually know one kid named Luke who was falsely diagnosed as ADHD and was on various pills. Actually had a rather serious case of schizophrenia, which is maybe one of my favorite misdiagnoses I've ever seen. Works on a vineyard now, so he's doing just fine for himself, but it's like... one of those like, what? Double blink. We're not at 52 dwarves? Did somebody die? Hold on. Is that a magma pipe? Yes, it is a tube full of magma that goes all the way down to the bottom of the world. Nope, nobody died. I'd swear that we had 42 people. Maybe I'm going crazy. But, yeah, here. It does turn at a point because I didn't want to, like, build through that massive chasm there. Goes all the way down to here. And this. So, that's our drain if we want to drain it. There's a really good little documentary, which I'm sure anybody who's ever been on pills probably knows all the information of, but called Take Your Pills. It also goes, also goes all the way up and above to here, just underneath my tavern. Hello, Dinky Punch, though. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, I mean, the world was very different in the 70s and 80s. Amateur. Heated flooring. I was kind of disappointed. I was curious to see if it would melt this here. But when this river freezes, or this brook freezes, it doesn't melt it. And that very much disappointed me. I was hoping that the lava would, like, fix that, but it doesn't. Give me a second to scroll up. You're stupid. Scroll up. Werewolf tabled accidents somehow. Lawyers leash litigious legacies. relentlessly. Alteration accepts money from money and vendors. Diagonally connecting coins explode when discharging pink slime from many random flowers. Jetpack cars glide nefariously parallel with... There we go. All caught up. Yay! Please feel free to add more words to the Add a Word Stories room so that you make me read random shit like that. I mean, that's what... See, here's the thing. Lots of things have changed. Just maybe not for where you're living currently. Just remember that there are people in this chat right now lurking that are in... just looking at my viewer list, there are 2 people that I know for a fact are spitting distance from where there's fighting happening. So, it's definitely changed. For your situation? Yeah, no. I mean, I woke up today. I went for my walk that I try and do a couple times a week when it's not raining. I made my coffee. I made a bowl of oatmeal. I ate my bowl of oatmeal and I sat down and I turned my stream on. It's been a perfectly normal day, but it's very much not a perfectly normal day. Very much not a normal day. I will say that it does make me happy to see people still in my chat, though, that I know that are in war zones. Yeah, that's the thing I keep coming back to, you know, is I don't understand the logic. I mean, like, I can see the arguments as to why it's like, oh, you know, like Russia having fucking NATO bases like right on their border is like bad for Russian independence and all that bullshit. But it's just like, sure, but like shooting people's never the answer. And I thought that we were like mature enough as humans to like realize this, but apparently fucking not. So, you know. Like I said earlier today, I would gladly go through the entire pandemic again to not have to deal with this shit. Well, I mean, that's like telling the press to stop writing articles. It's not going to happen. Amateur. I mean, is it possible to talk about anything else? Graves? Also, hi. Welcome back. I was looking for brass, I think. Brass bars, brass bars, brass bars. There they are. I totally forgot about all this brass that I imported ages ago for a project that I stopped working on. Putin has finally evolved into a Bond villain. He started off as a wannabe Survivor Man impersonator, and now he's just fully evolved into his natural final form of Bond villain. I don't think that's possible, unfortunately. It's just going to keep coming up. Like, you're more than welcome to start a conversation about something else, and I'll talk about it, but it's just going to keep coming up, and I'm not going to stop it from coming up when people bring it up. And the reason I'm not going to stop it from being talked about when people bring it up is because people need to talk. It's literally the only thing I can do to help at this point. Sunny. We had some snow last night, Bruno. How's the weather? It's raining rockets in the east. That was coming. How's my parents' dog? Probably being very perplexed at the fact that I'm not there right now. I might actually be babysitting the dog sometime next month because my parents want to go to one of the smaller islands and rent a cabin for a week or something. So if they go somewhere that isn't dog friendly, then I will have a dog and a cat for up to a week. And if they go somewhere that is dog friendly, then I will have a cat for a week. So at the very least, I will have a senior citizen, surly, old, senile, grumpy, feed me, old man at my leg, biting my foot occasionally. Or I will have a grumpy, senile, feed me cat, biting my leg occasionally. And also a dog who I have to take for walks. So... I mean, last night I was literally watching videos of Russian missiles taking off. Woe is me. And then 15 to 20 minutes later, videos of them landing. That's the era that we live in. It's fucking insane. Completely fucking insane. Also, cutest, I saw you pop in. I did update your command, by the way. Propaganda says that Ukraine is controlled. Is purging for Ukraine. Sure. A lot of people believe that, at least people with power do. People throw the word Nazi around so fucking ridiculously frequently these days. Hurts my brain a little bit. Their fucking celebratory donut. I believe it. I'm not going to say what Putin is, aside from calling him a Bond villain, just because I don't live in Russia, and frankly, I don't know I don't know enough about the guy to really be able to say that one way or another. Cutest. You, however, absolutely can, considering he's in charge of your country. Although people memeing on Twitter has been quite amusing the past 48 hours, Graves. I will say that. If you look in the subsection of my Discord, there's a lot of stuff about this as well. Hold on, let me give you a good Twitter account. Here's a good Twitter account. If you want to see locations of things, that's a good Twitter account. Of course, that means you're then entering the actual doom scroll spiral that I've been for the past, like, 24 hours, but... You need your lunch to finish cooking? Yeah, I feel that. In Quebec, you pronounce Putin as... Really? In Quebec, you guys pronounce it poutine? I might actually be going to Quebec in June if everything works out. I'm going to be talking with the person I'll be traveling with tomorrow night. So I might actually be going to Quebec, specifically Montreal. Sometime in June. Probably the second week in June because flights are cheap there, but I don't know. We'll see. Maybe we'll change our mind. Depends on what's going on by tomorrow. You would do both if you could afford it? I can pretty safely say I would. No, I can't say that I've done one because I haven't. But I wouldn't do the second one for fucking reason. No logical reason for that. I'm gonna let you guys follow this dwarf for a sec. I'll be right back. Tourism. My little sister lives in Montreal, but she's moving back with her boyfriend next year. So this is like my last summer to be able to go to Montreal and be a tourist in Montreal while I have family that lives there. So I'm gonna take it. I think I saw that image. H2O. Pretty sure I did. Yeah, also what Graves said. Literally, there's no time. Yeah, visit with family who can like sort of speak French, unlike me who's like can't speak a word of French. I can like read some signs. I know like north, south, east, and west and shit, but that's about it. I've been to Quebec before. I went to Quebec City, and I want to say 2008, 2009. I think 2 years in a row for kayaking events. Could teach me swear words. I'm sure the Google could teach me swear words too. Besides, is it like just saying fuck French anyway? That's why you like curse a bunch and say pardon my French. Also, cutest, if you're still in chat, did you see that Haas is removing the Russian flag from their car? Also, I don't know if this is appropriate, but last night I was listening to a fucking Creedence Clearwater Revival because I have a recording from Woodstock on record that my dad gave me for Christmas, which was picked up by my mom. So I was listening to Creedence last night. Never been a better time. They're interchangeable, though. Yeah, fair. Although a lot of curse words are interchangeable between languages. It's the least that they could fucking do. I hope that they have a backup driver, Rug. That's what I'm really hoping for. Like, can we just, like, use this as an excuse? Although, I will miss having Mazepin. I'll be honest. That is a good meme. But, like, can we just get rid of Mazepin, please? Just boot him. Just get rid of the... We don't need him. We just don't need him. We could, like, have significantly more entertaining, better drivers that, you know, do things aside from just get memes made out of them about spinning and punching people. Talking about Formula 1 if anybody's missing it. And in regards to this conversation, chat, my only request is that we keep it civil. As long as you guys keep it civil, you can talk about literally whatever you want. You can absolutely talk about I mean, all of this is politics. So you guys can talk about politics. Just keep it civil. I mean, I'm just going to be staring at it all day, so I don't mind you guys talking about it. Just be clear. Also, H2O. Thank you very much for paying forward that sub from Navy. And gifting a sub to Bryn. I don't even. They've had 3 subs in the past, so that's a resub. So it landed on a good person. Thanks, man. Cheers, dude. Do I have any opinions on the cluster truck in Ottawa? It was a lovely display of immaturity from a lot of people, which was shut down and kind of embarrassing. Possibly the biggest public display of immaturity I've ever seen in my country. And compared to, last week, seems kind of irrelevant to me. Yeah. Event? You're calling it an event? A big old parade. You moved out of Ottawa just in time to miss that? One of my favorite quotes that I saw about the trucker convoy, because I've tried to not talk about it because I just think it's fucking embarrassing. The best take I saw was, Ottawa is a city so fucking boring, they had to piss the entire country off and import entertainment. Probably my favorite take on the whole thing. But yeah, fucking whatever. Who cares about the goddamn stupid convoy? I certainly don't. I never really did, to be honest. It was always just kind of like a eye roll moment, I guess. Like, restrictions are lifting. Just wait a month. Shut up. Literally, like, have some goddamn patience, you twits. Basically my take. I don't know. I believe in right to protest. Like, people should absolutely be allowed to protest, and I kind of have no issue with them protesting. It's just the way they were protesting is just... It's just like I have no issue with people, like, protesting vaccine mandates, like, just up the street from me in the local park. The problem is the way they were protesting just up the street in the local park on Monday when I went for a walk down by that area. It's like about 3 kilometers from my house. They had, I was talking about this yesterday. They had 3, I think it was between 3 and 6 very large speakers set up. And it was like 3 families and they were having a barbecue. They were, calling our government Nazis and other various fun slurs. And then they were insulting a lot of people and saying that you're brainwashed if you got vaccinated and all that fun crap. But the way they were doing it was they were singing covers in karaoke of song, and they had about 4 songs. It was Hey Jude, Enter Sandman, Master of Puppets, and I can't remember the name of the last song. It's something by the Eagles. Anyway, I'd need to look it up. But they had like these 4 songs, and they were just singing them on repeat in karaoke with rewritten lyrics as their way of protesting. And they were just like taking turns singing these songs. They were all out of tune. Volume was terrible. And I had to leave. I was wearing like noise canceling in-ear earplugs with my own music playing. I could still hear them. They were so fucking loud. I couldn't hang out in a public park. Like, I got no issue with you protesting, but protest like reasonably in a not obnoxious fashion. Like, they were so fucking annoying. People who agree with them wouldn't want to hang out with them. Like, Jesus Christ. Like, fucking shut up. I get it. Shut up. I just want to go for my goddamn walk. I don't have enough yellow anymore. We're out of gold. We're out of brass. Just water balloon the speakers? Nah, I'm not gonna go get into a fight over something so stupid. I'll just take my legal right to just walk away and ignore them. They have the right to protest. I have the right to pretend they don't exist. And go home. Guys are gonna make... I need a White Russian now. Thanks, Chad. Maybe not a good time to drink a White Russian, but still, I need a White Russian now. All just quoting the Big Lebowski. Let's go. I also don't have any of the stuff to make a White Russian, so it doesn't matter. Time of year. Lay it on him. Do some garbage disposal. Need to check in on Blue Space Weed. How's that dwarf doing? Still depressed. We might need to turn on that squad. Hey, no longer depressed. Woo! A white Canadian? Drink a me? How would I drink a me? This just in, Russia is banned from CSGO and Dota. Really? Hold on a second. I was gonna say, what? That seems very, because like that would, why would you do that? I was about to go fact check that. Thanks for confirming that that was a joke. Come on, please. Putin definitely is too busy playing Stardew Valley. Although I don't think that Putin, like jokes aside, I don't believe that Putin has ever played a video game. Does anybody, while we're talking about all of the politics, does anybody remember when the Bin Laden raids happened and they found a bunch of video games that he'd been playing? Hold on. Yeah, the games that he downloaded. He had a bunch of games installed, including Half-Life, Super Mario Brothers, Yoshi's Island, various Final Fantasies, Counter-Strike, and a whole lot of episodes of Dragon Ball Z. Even terrorists are human, apparently. I don't know if it causes terrorism. I think that man was performing terrorism before Counter-Strike existed, actually. Putin is probably about the same as my old manager who asked me to remove the dots from the password field so that she could type in her password. Because she tried to type in her password to get into the computer at work and someone had already written a password in there and it was wrong, so she couldn't press enter and it wasn't clearing the password field when she pressed enter. So she asked me to remove the dots from the password field on the sign-in at the computer at the job I worked at. And I literally just walked up, clicked it, and went backspace. And she goes, oh, that's what that button does. I was told not to push that one. She was only in her 40s. She was just a suburban mom in her 40s. It's what? How do you not know what the backspace do? Sorry, I can't. How you doing, Tekken? Don't cut your hand off with a giant saw. Or get in trouble with your boss. I'm assuming you're at work. I mean, I've just been staring at this all day, which is, you know, just sort of a nightmare. Which is just the /r World News live feed. Which is just confirmed posts, basically. Dwarves are still putting shit away from when we traded last. 6 months? That's a long time. I admire your dedication. You're stupid. I'm sorry, what? You went on PLL like an hour ago. It was entirely what you suspect. It looks like paratroopers went in with 0 support. Paratroopers from which sides? I wouldn't say Russia did, but certainly portions of leadership did. Was me. Was that the plane that got shot down? Was me? Because, like, there was reports about a Russian transport craft that got shot down. Or crashed or something. There's never been a better time to stand on a really tall building and just scream, "Everybody calm the fuck down." Jesus Christ. And the Ukrainians routed them? Good for the Ukrainians? I'd go hug your mom, Rog. I think that's probably a good idea. Or go hug a family member. Probably the best thing you could do. Go kiss a homie? Yeah. Just go give somebody a high five. Speaking of family, I need to order my mom flowers for Mother's Day. Thanks for reminding me. Before they get fuck off expensive. It's okay. I've never had to buy gas in my entire life, so. And my parents have an electric car. And Merc, the dwarven child, has been possessed. It's just a possession, unfortunately. Oh, speaking of, people were asking earlier about how to tell if a dwarf is playing a musical instrument. This dwarf is playing a musical instrument, or was. Just finished, I think. But is holding, whatever that is. Maybe standing on top of it. I think they dropped it on the ground. But they're right on top of an instrument, so they were just playing it. No, my parents have a Nissan Leaf. It's electric. 100% electric, which also means that, like, it can't go far enough to, like, get to some of the hiking spots me and my dad used to go to. So our hiking options are now limited because of their car. But currently it's in the, what, The last update I saw about that, it was in the 50s. Okay. Merc has claimed a crafts dwarf shop and is now sitting. What do you want? Gems shining. Okay. Bones, yes. Probably bones. Slaughter 2 unicorns. That'll be plenty. Two crutches and 1 pick. The nice thing about the king always demanding crutches is my mayor also demands crutches. And so I'm like killing 2 requests with 1 craft, sort of. First thing you did last night upon hearing about all this was to hug your mom. I posted in my family Discord and told everybody to stay positive, basically. I get to see my parents on Sunday, probably. Either Sunday or Monday. Probably gonna call my mom tonight, though. This is way too happy, this music right now, but I also don't want to put somber music on, so, you know, it's kind of a mixed bag. Is there any way that you could do video calls or just phone calls? I mean, I'm assuming you can. But I don't know. Communicate with family, even if it's just via text. I'm extremely accepting of death, Graves. Maybe more than most people. I think talking about death is a very positive thing. But there is definitely something to be said for pointless death. And war is usually in that. Like, actually, always in that category. Think about getting a man bun. The nice thing about having long hair is you suddenly have options. Kind of a braid, a ponytail, a man bun. Spike it. I almost never put my hair in a bun. The only time I put my hair in a bun is if I'm taking a shower and I don't want to get my hair wet. That's the only time I really put my hair in a bun. I don't think a bun looks great on me. But, I mean, if it's a look that you think that you can pull off, then why not? Okay, it's going to take them a little bit to get it down. Probably somewhere. I haven't had a haircut since 2016, so I wouldn't qualify. Think it's warmer, you'll do a haircut? I mean, yeah. I don't know how obvious it is, but like... I have very long hair. Cheers, Pablo. Take care of yourself. Go say hi to your mom or something. Or any family member that you have. Your brother has a super beard? I used to know a streamer who had a super beard. He had like... It was like down past his waist. And he would like braid it into like 3 to 5 braids. Or he'd just braid them all together into one giant braid. It always looked awesome. Stopped watching him ages ago because we disagree on things to a point where it was unpleasant to talk to him. Child has grabbed unicorn bone. Whole lot of unicorn bone. I'm imagining a beard with a cape now. After the comment of super beard. You tried growing a beard, didn't look good? Every time I've tried growing a beard, I've given up. Also, I would just like to take a moment to distract all of you with this very irrelevant Star Trek. This is a really, really, really good, like, Twitter account. It's just like random screen grabs with subtitles of Star Trek. That's all it is. And it's sometimes very good. Because you know what? I'll have 10 chocolate sundae. I'll take 10. We are moving into springtime, I think. Or winter. Actually, there's no snow, so winter probably. Oh no. Oh, no, never mind. For a second there I thought Dwarf Fortress crashed. It didn't. So this particular install of Dwarf Fortress, sometimes when it finishes saving, it minimizes itself, and I always immediately think the game crashed, but it didn't. It just minimized it. I don't know why it does that. It freaks me out and I don't like it. It is really weird. It started happening, like, I don't know, in like the last 100 years of game time or so. It's like maybe once every like decade in game, the game will just minimize. Also, Paranoid, you might have actually gone nuts. Because you never made a artifact. So you might actually just like die of thirst. Rip. Phone almost dead? Yeah, go give her a charge. Phone needs some batteries. Also, investments are open if you want to invest your tickets. Man. It's just that Star Trek minus context post. How's that child doing? Hauling wood, eh? We'll follow you. Tickets is what you're looking for. Not points. Maybe I should just change them to points. I confused everybody. It's okay. It's normal to be, like, perplexed at this hour. I'm just, don't mind me reposting memes. In various places. It does say ticket investment, but I don't know. Maybe the I mean the bot's going to be changing at the end of this month because Twitch is, you know, changing their API in a few days. You're brushing your teeth and not paying attention. Fair enough. Yeah. Sorry, doom scrolling. Closing that. Closing that, closing that, closing that. Jumping back into Dwarf Fort. Where's this child at? Still carrying wood. Okay. You're 4 for 4? Well, at least someone's winning. I guess you took Pink Fluffy Llama's good luck away, it looks like. Also, man, that hurts. H2O. Because Pink Fluffy Llama won like 7 or 8 in a row and then has since been losing. The only thing I truly know for certain right now, chat, is whatever happens in the next 2 weeks, probably the most historical moment of the last 10 years. It's the one thing I know for certain. Actually, military-wise, the most historical thing since Vietnam. It's like there's been... Like, when was the last time there was a full-scale invasion of another country? Someone else can have it if they want. What, your good luck for ticket investing? Yeah, maybe I'm misremembering, but I don't remember Iraq ever being this dire. It's just imaginary points. It doesn't hurt at all. True. The one thing that I will say is really, really, really reassuring, maybe not really reassuring, but at least reassuring, is all the protests going on in Russia. I keep seeing tweets popping up and articles popping up about people protesting. It's dire because it's in Europe. It's in Europe and it's a country invading a country. That's why it's dire. Anyway, Merc has become their mysterious construction. What all did you grab, Dwarf? Roulette cut almondines, reed cloth, unicorn leather, mica, plumwood logs, pigtail cloth, and of course a whole unicorn worth of bone. You saying the protests aren't that big? Well, it's because people are getting arrested en masse and people don't want to get arrested. If there was if there was zero threat of arrest, Cutest, do you think that those protests would be bigger? I think they'd be a lot bigger. Of course, it's not going to stop it, but it does give me some hope. It gives me more hope than the articles that I'm seeing about guns being handed out in the capital of Ukraine. I'll say that. I'll say this, Q's. Don't get yourself arrested. Oh, you would go? Yeah, I gotcha. Yeah. My brain read that as could go, not would go. Because of the typo. Well, I mean, according to Tygo in chat earlier, if able-bodied people try and leave the cities, they're just force inscripting people in Ukraine. It's like you kind of can't leave. Your friend went to a protest? Good for them. No, I'm not kidding. Well, I mean, that's what Taiga was saying earlier in chat. He was in one of the bigger Ukrainian cities. Merc, the Dwarven child, has created a unicorn-born spear. Damn, I was not expecting a weapon. And claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Kosoth Guildscales. Suddenly, I have to Dwarf Fortress again. It's worth 54,240 Dwarf bucks. That's good. It is. Violet dubbed. Dubbed? What's D-A-U-B-E-D? What word is that? Violet. I don't actually know what that is. Children making a unicorn bone spear, I would say. Also, Rip woes you. You can just say your username woes me. We understand. This is a unicorn bone spear. Craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with unicorn bone and encircled with bands of pigtail and round mica cabochons and rope reed. This object is adorned with hanging rings of plum wood. On the item is an image of Tubal Tangleurn, the dwarf, in unicorn leather. On the item is an image of pomelo trees in unicorn leather. On the item is an image of the Praises of Sanctuary, the Gabbro hatch cover in almandine. I'm trying to not comment on the situation because I'm sure I'll get auto-banned. Auto-banned from what? What in the world would you get auto-banned from? Place that spear separately because that's a cool spear. All right. I was just reading most recent posts. How's things, Cooler? Good work on the art, by the way. Big thanks. We're just very much in doomer mode for obvious reasons. Or at least I'm in doomer mode, so thus by proxy, chat's also in doomer mode. Yes, YouTube banner is the one thing that I've still prepaid for. Assuming I can still send you money, I'd also be down to start working towards starting and ending screens when you have time after the stuff's done. But yeah, I'm still. What are you worried about getting auto banned from? H2O? Because I'm not gonna ban you if you have strong opinions, for whatever it's worth. Like, you're not gonna get removed from here unless you start like being anti-Semitic or some shit. You're not gonna get banned from my chat. The one thing I will say is hate the leadership, not the people. That's always the thing that I will tell people. When it comes to shit like this, when stuff like this is happening, hate the leadership, not the people. The fault of the people giving the orders. Holy shit, that's a lot of P-checks. Well, Peacock's on the table soon. Jimmy Tibby's attending a meeting. I'm gonna go past your peacocks. I got so many of them. Okay, construct that pedestal yet? Yep, they did. Sweet. Glue and other topics. Yeah, that too. I mean, I'm currently trying to figure out if I want to do any like straight up fundraising stuff. There it is. For this, but I don't know. To me, it kind of almost feels like using a war to advertise my content, which I'm not okay with doing. So, just be careful about what I do. If I do something. For whatever it's worth, Bruno, it would probably go to Red Cross. I don't really give a shit about military. But people helping people always need money. All that being said, though, thank you much to those of you who are here today. Because, you know, this is probably the most concerned I've been just about the world in a probably, I would at the very least say in the last couple of years. And, I'm just here playing video games on the internet, doing not much of value. So just thanks for, you know, taking time out of your day to just watch somebody play video games and complain about the state of the world. So realistically, what else are we doing here? It's a day, that's for sure, Bruno. A day. World would be a better place if more people just chilled and watched video games. I don't know. I'm starting to think that it's just like my Western privilege not understanding, but there's just certain things about parts of the world that I just can't comprehend. And like, I'm totally okay with it just being like Captivated by conversations. Really like reading. You want to practice martial art? Squad? Bear fighters? You know what? I think it's time we get the hobby squad wrestling for a bit because they all want to do it. Let's send them down here. World is crazy and you're helping keep people's spirits up. Obviously not everyone can do it, but some people need to. Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying. But in the grand scheme of things, be honest, I had no idea any of those animals were down here. Also, those are all dead. Anyway, in the grand scheme of things, what I'm doing is pointless. Really. Yeah, butterfly effect stuff. Pretty good movie. I'll say that about butterfly effect. Pretty good movie. Also, I discovered that you streamed the other day. Eight of Spades. Lurking in the DF directory. Some things more than others. Oh, let me know. But I think it was Snoop Dogg who said, if we could just put all of the world leaders into one room and force them all to smoke a fat joint, imagine how much more we'd all get along. Like, it's never gonna happen, but... And also, like, to be clear, I do realize the benefits that what I do does have. But it's really difficult for me to acknowledge that right now. What, having to smoke a joint with the lads in Parliament? Palomino? I'd vote for that mandate. It'll never happen, but sponsored by Juul. We'll give them all, like, fucking Juul vapes. Because that makes the world terrible. I think it's less of a grand scheme and more of an area of effect, right? Every person has like an area of effect that they can help the world in a positive or negative way, right? The amount of reach that you have gives you an ability to have a effect on the world, be that play video games on the internet and cheer, 40 people up, or make them more depressed, which is probably what I'm doing today. I wish I had further reach. I would almost say that probably is a negative towards, like, starting wars. Like, never done coke, but I have a feeling that, like, I've been around people who are on coke. I would rather be around people that are on weed. A lot of those... What's the word? A lot of those kind of hyperactive drugs, in my opinion, would be kind of a negative towards foreign policy decisions, but... Oh yeah, I know. Coke does not equal weed. Like, we're not, like, just replacing any drug for any drug here. But... I mean, all drugs are stimulants. It's just a type of stimulant, whether or not... Like, there's a difference between... I can run a marathon and jump... If I jump high enough, I'll land on the moon, and, which is, like, speed and coke, and meth to a degree. and I just want to sit on the sofa and giggle and eat chips. British Parliament noises. Those are pretty loud noises, to be fair. Where did my Kimberlite go? Yes. Yeah, no, you are correct. The heavy stimulants are something that governments should not be taking before discussions, I think. A little bit of weed, though. Yeah, it's fine. Calms everybody down. Like giving a cat catnip. At this point, I've received 4 or 5 statements, I think, from various game developers basically posting their statement on Ukraine. Wonder if this is posted publicly anywhere. Oh, it is. Sweet. They tweeted it. There's another one. They publish a lot of games and put out some games. Can't agree to the weed either. Saw too many people get fucked by it. I don't believe I've seen people like get too high and just like green out on the floor, but I don't think that's getting fucked. That's just like getting too drunk. Too much of a good thing always ends up being bad. But fair enough. Yes. Kimberlite. But even like if somebody gets way too high, just give them a bag of chips and a glass of water and they'll be fine. Maybe a bottle of water. That's not totally, well, yeah, that is the problem. Is humans don't look for balance. Humans look for for imbalance. And the most fucked thing is that the Russian representative hosts this meeting, and he allegedly didn't know anything about the attack. When the Ukrainian representative showed a video with Putin and asked the Russian to call our government, he said, "It's late. I don't want to wake up." Ukraine was getting bombed. I feel like I saw something about that, but I didn't have any exact details. There is so many just completely fucked things going on right now. Sleep schedule is important, just like drinking water. You know, that must be like the worst job to have in the world right now. Is being that rep. Aside from like maybe being on the front line. What they're paid for. That's like saying that people join the reserves to go shoot people. Some people do. The vast majority are just there to do their job and hope everything stays peaceful. I would probably be willing to bet that that rep is probably there to just do their job, talk to people, and hope everything stays peaceful. But I don't know the guys, so fuck do I know? I like to give individuals the benefit of the doubt, generally. Regardless of where they're from and what they're paid to do. I like to think that most people would do the non-violent thing, given the option. Hey, Max. What's up? I'm well aware what a UN representative is supposed to do. Make us look good. Exactly. Poor guy. Kind of difficult to make anybody look good right now. No, it's okay. I won't be playing Elden Ring at all, so it's fine. I mean, I'm actually just gonna go look. I'm curious. How many people are watching Elden Ring right now? Only 700,000? Fucking come on. I think that's probably got something to do with the fact that like 2 of the top 4 streams on Twitch right now are politics streams, so. On that note, Hassan looks like he really needs to go to bed. You don't even know what Elden Ring is? A new game from the people who made the Dark Souls. That's all it is. Dark Souls clone. Yes, by the people who made Dark Souls. Whoa. Dwarfy, you got startled by something. Great Horned Owl, probably. Sorry, but calling Elden Ring a Dark Souls clone is the funniest thing I've seen all day. Is it the same people like all of them? That's not the definition of the word clone, I don't think, when it comes to like the games industry and making games. So, no. It also looks like an extremely good game. It's also not a Dark Souls clone because it's fully open world. Dark Souls games are always like kind of Metroidvania-y, where you walk around and open up new pathways, and so I don't even think it's really fair to call it a Dark Souls clone. I mean, it's got that combat, obviously, but... And yeah, it has a jump button. Dark Souls has never had a jump button. I don't think you know what you're talking about, Grave. I'm gonna go on. I don't know how much knowledge you have of the games industry, but you are displaying a very severe lack of, based on everything you've said in the last 2 minutes. Lots of games have Soulsy style combat. It's quite popular these days. Doesn't make them all clones. Also, in response to something that was said earlier, Ukraine's interior ministry says men between the ages of 18 and 60 are banned from leaving the country. It's time to force everybody to hold a rifle. Sorry, that's just too fucked up to really say anything over. Are made by almost the same team at Interplay, but when IP is bought by Bethesda to a different thing. I mean, those are completely different games, though. It's still not a clone, though. Calling it a clone is inaccurate. Like, do you call every single first-person shooter ever made a Doom clone? Because that's basically what you're doing. Games with similar mechanics are automatically a clone regardless of who made them, is essentially what you're saying. Which is a pointless, stupid, irrelevant argument. You're literally saying that people can't make similar games to try and iterate on previous ideas without it being a clone, which is thus devaluing a game, which is extremely fucking shitty for people who do like that game. I have no interest in Dark Souls and will never play those games. Yeah, it's absolutely an iteration, but calling it a clone is devaluing it. That's fucking rude. And also, I still genuinely believe that you have no idea what you're talking about based on everything that you've said. Also, I'm not really in a mood to argue video game shit. It just feels too irrelevant right now. I'm just gonna say that you're wrong and kind of leave it at that. Hey, Space Pirate, what's up, man? Just trying to be honest that I'm not really in the mood to argue semantics about video games. People are allowed to iterate on ideas without being devalued down to nothing but a clone. Yes. Bismuth. How's Longdeath? Pretty good. Got a baby today. There was an artifact bone spear made. It was pretty cool. Made out of unicorn bone. Aside from that, we're mostly just, or at least I'm mostly just doom scrolling and staring at the nightmare factory that is the Ukrainian border at the moment. Like I said, I'm not in the mood to discuss video game semantics. It's just too pointless discussion at this exact moment. Mm-hmm. Yeah, stock photo. China's scaring the shit out of me currently. I'll put it that way, Frog. Because China is flying around Taiwan like, look at that. We are like a hair's length away from like the apocalypse currently. So to those of you who've been like dreaming of hanging out in a nuclear wasteland, time to grab your rifle and hide in a basement. I get it. Depending on who makes the wrong decisions. I still stand by my tweet from yesterday, which is the dumbest fucking thing to say. But I still stand by my tweet from last night, which is killing people is bad. Yeah. Doesn't make me any more or less nervous right now. I mean, look at how much I'm scared to click this right now. Genuinely kind of scared to click. I clicked it. Chat, do you guys want to see kind of an edgy meme that's also kind of funny? There you go. Have a link. Covering a dwarven wine. Who's spilling wine? Dwarves. Stop it. Running out of brass pretty quickly now, too. I don't even know. Is bronze the right color? Let's try. No, bronze is a very different color. That's what I thought. Bronze is like mudstone brown. The best part about this is also the only thing that's really happened today is I've lost followers for like just sitting here and talking about this. Okay, since I started the stream today, I've lost about 10 followers. It's kind of amazing. Now that I just noticed it. Not that I really care. Totally honest with you. Just something that I kind of wanted to point out. I technically am only losing by talking about this stuff. Also, one other final thing that's just been bothering me in my brain is technically we shouldn't call them Dark Souls clones anyway, because they're definitely Demon's Souls clones. Demon's Souls just doesn't roll off the tongue as well as Dark Souls. You worked at GameStop when it did? Were you busy for it? No, the person in chat earlier said Dark Souls clone. Which is why I was criticizing that. That's just belittling to people who do like those games. Don't, you know, go making fun of a game just because it's a style of game that you're not fond of. It's just kind of silly. Wander and lead an exciting life. That I can't remember. I just remember a coworker that picked it up and loved it. I remember, I think, I lined up with a friend once to buy Halo 3. That's the one time I lined up. This dwarf is teaching, Rory is teaching dwarves about bodily fluids. Huh. The classification of bodily fluids, which you taught to Oswigs, who was interested after learning about critical thinking. I don't think that I don't think it's those kinds of bodily fluids. Probably it's probably like blood and pus. Considering there isn't like a sperm fluid in Dwarfort. This is what we professionals call shite. This is waste. That is blood. Punches a guy, lets wound get infected. Squeeze. That is pus. Punches guy in gut. That is vomit. It's pretty much how this is going. Sorry, mister. Can you demonstrate the last one again? What, the punches person in the gut and this is vomit? Alcohol poisoning is a thing in DF. In fact, it's a problem in Dwarf Fortress. The reason alcohol poisoning is a problem in Dwarf Fortress is, one, the legendary cat's bug. But my favorite one is that humans have it, like, if you have a lot of guests in your fortress, which is really easy to do, if you have a public tavern, so basically a tavern where any visitors are allowed to come visit. If you have a public tavern, you get quite a lot of visitors in an active world. If you don't have beds assigned... Ooh, you grew up. If you don't have beds assigned as part of the tavern for guests, then they will just fall asleep on the floor wherever they happen to be at the time, which is frequently in the tavern. And if you fall asleep on the floor in the tavern and you have a tavern keeper assigned to the tavern keeper's job is to spot person who doesn't have alcohol and give them alcohol. If they are unconscious, there is a oversight in Toadie's programming, which is, it's hard to call it a bug. It's more of an oversight, where the dwarves will just be like, fuck, you really need alcohol because you're unconscious. So they pour it on their head, into their mouth, which does eventually kill creatures that don't have a high alcohol tolerance, like humans. So if you fall asleep in a dwarven tavern, it's like asking to die of alcohol poisoning. Guy, yeah, this human's asleep, get the funnel. Exactly. Fucking hold my beer, we need a funnel for this man. And that's how you die of alcohol poisoning in Dwarfort. So, yes, alcohol poisoning is indeed a thing in DF. Hope you're doing all right, Animal. How's things, man? It's the last of our brass. It's more of my bismuth. Alcohol murder is a popular dwarven practical joke. I mean, you're not far off with that. It's more like accidental manslaughter on behalf of over alcoholing your guests. And in some rare occasions, even dwarves can die of alcohol poisoning. Sounds kind of familiar. It's a soundtrack for the game Chichery, which was written by Lena Raine, she did the soundtrack for various games. Definitely played or heard, such as Celeste and Minecraft music and other things. I haven't actually played the game that this soundtrack is, but it's got some bops and it's kind of dwarfy, so. Color is just plain bismuth bars. Pink, really? Oh, death count climbing. It was launched on the PS3. Don't think it was available in your country because it only had a Japanese launch or something. Later, it just got buried by other titles when it came up with English version for the EU. Yeah, Demon's Souls had a definitely a weird launch. Definitely a weird launch. That was yesterday that DF News came out. Unless they released something else today, but I'm not familiar with anything else. They released a... Let's give you the link. Or just show you this. I'll give you the link and show it to you. How's that? Yes. There's a pseudo roadmap. These are all of the things left that need to be done. And then some open community discussion about what people would prefer out of the things that are left to be done to be prioritized. Basically asking, like, what do people prioritize? So I have a video on it if you want to watch that video. But it's basically just does it launch this year in fall, or does the premium version of Dwarf Fortress come out in fall this year, or with probably without adventure mode, or potentially missing some other features, or do we wait until 2023 and release the full thing? All right, come back. But in regards to the do post, it's just the Steam link up there, and then the YouTube link is pretty easy to. More blocks. What do I still have left? Because billion's the wrong color. This shit's the wrong color. Guess I could go around the edge with the billion. This is an interesting little report. Ukraine. Ukraine's armed forces believe more than 60 Russian battalion tactical groups, and the equivalent of 30 to 60,000 troops, have been deployed in Ukrainian territory. According to an update on the invasion as of 8 p.m., they said that the enemy has extremely low morale. Nobody wants to be fighting. Nobody does. Off for the next 6 hours? You have to work or something? Regardless, we'll see you when we see you. How far down do those go? Hold on a second, what? That makes no sense. Ice? How is there ice? There's no water there. How is there ice there? What? Well, hell yeah on your win, Frog, and we'll see you when we see you. Military strike now, please. I'm kind of hoping that's going to happen. But a lot of people will die if that happens. The invading Russians. Diamond. I mean, their attacks are fucking up left and right too. Transport got shot down / crashed. Dude on YouTube has been pretty down to earth for what is happening. Ukrainian and Russian conflict. He also said that the Russian troops have low morale. Yeah. I mean, I'm just following this. And then fact checking stuff whenever stuff pops up, I think is interesting. Whenever interesting stuff pops up, I fact check it. Yeah, that's my understanding too. Doesn't change the fact that, like, you know, we can just hope that there's a military strike and it just ends. You can always hope for the best, even if you're not actually going to get it. Still very confused as to how there's ice there, though. There's no water underneath it. There's no water above it. Just that one tile decided to be ice for some reason. There's multiple reports out stating that people are not allowed to leave, and Tygo in chat said if you try to leave, they're forcing you to enlist. Tygo would know, because Tygo's there. I mean, I understand that they have relatives. I mean, that's like me having relatives in the US, which I do. No, I'm like, I understand that portion of it. Nobody wants to be doing this. Which is a better reason than any to just fucking stop, but... I forgot what I was looking for. Yeah, fuck it, whatever. Could also just go around the bottom with black bronze. Actually, because I have a few tiles. I just want to cover up whatever that ice tile is with something. I'm actually not too picky as to what. Big villain that could work? No, wrong color. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, I remember, I knew one guy when Demon Souls came out who actually imported Demon Souls from Japan before. Who actually imported Demon Souls from Japan before it was available out here. The problem is when, well, I mean, I don't think I need to tell you what happens to people who stop fighting in military situations usually, but I don't know if that would be the best thing necessarily. There really is no good outcome from this, I'll put it there. Also, apparently they're that Russians are or the Russian forces are sending out a bombing raid in Kiev that's gonna hit at 3 a.m. Stay safe out there. Unfortunately, I doubt that'll happen. Most of the people that I know have gone offline in the past 2 hours. All platforms, Animal. I don't really want to just out people's usernames. Or rather, the 3 out of 5 people who DM'd me yesterday have gone offline since. It's like midnight. Yeah. Well, I mean, Rockfire just said it's like 9 past. Also, we moved into spring in the fort. And Ukrainian president orders general mobilization. Actually, kind of surprised I haven't done that yet. So there you go. There's that. Ich bin ein Berliner indeed, yes. The humans have arrived with their annual tributes to the dwarves. Screenshotting this for stone. We are now in the year 379, meaning the fort is 374 years old. I will be right back in a mo. Just gotta go check something. And then we're gonna queue up a bunch more clothes and apparently stuff for the king. Back in a sec. When I looked last night, there was a massive dip. I don't know what else is happening. I'll look right now, tell you. Now there's a spike, but that's because it dipped last night super heavily. But it's still below where it was yesterday. Like, Bitcoin's up 3%, but that's like, I mean, it's down like 10% from a few weeks ago. Hey, Alan, what's up? Ethereum's up 1.4. Yeah. You're not in that world, so you don't know where to look? There's generally some posts on Reddit. Like, there was some post on Reddit without any context of what you said right before that is like the most, of course. Hey, a new thing. They're pondering the moon's path. Look at that. The path of the moon. I can confirm that this DF world has a moon. I mean, we know that we have a moon, but... I am not going to speculate. I don't know. Also, there's a book about Belinair? Right now the item is a biography entitled Belinair, authored by Rory. It concerns the dwarf Belinair. Writing bubbles over with cheerfulness. I feel like I already read this. Just forgot about it. The first two chapters covers the possession of the dwarf Belinair. The second chapter covers the acceptance of the dwarf Belinair as a member of the Guild of Vines. Subject is mangled. We need to ponder rocket science. We need to ponder peace and acceptance. War in the age of social media is something else. Conducting meetings. Who are you having a meeting with? Normally you see them So my mayor's conducting a meeting with nobody, allegedly. At least nobody that I see. Oh, dwarves need to ponder rocket science. Humans can stop pondering rocket science. True, yeah, I think we've figured out enough about rockets these days. Can ignorance save the world? Based on current examples, probably not. Dwarf, and your book. These dwarves are watching a weaponsmithing demonstration, which is pretty entertaining. All right. You need crutches, 3 and 3, and you need a door. Okay. Rock, door, 1. Crutch, wood, 3. Pick, iron, 3. Still all wearing pigtail. Make digging much easier. Aaron's talked about that a number of times. He's much more interested in magical explosions than actual explosions. I was actually listening to a like a DF talk about this a couple of days ago because I've been re-listening to all the old DF talks, and there's quite a few where he talks about how he would much prefer to add magical explosions to Dwarf Fortress instead of gunpowder and cannons to Dwarf Fortress and TNT, purely because he doesn't like those things in real life and doesn't want to research them, which seems like a fair thing to say, I would say. But magic is planned. It's just gonna take a while. Oh boy, Biden's talking again. Forging them picks, though. Trying to think if there's anything I could do with green on this. I have all this blue. We could make this lower half green. We could go like a weird sky pattern thing and then make it go into green down here. Because I do have like unlimited green glass. Basically, I can just turn on the glass furnaces at any point. We'll go that route. On the normal stuff like necromancy? I mean, if you don't know what's planned, Tarn is planning with the Myth and Magics update to use his prototype world generator that generates prehistory before the initial history. Because so right now we just get history generation and nothing from before. The myths generator will add another portion to world generation that will generate a creation myth and then the status of the world. And the status of the world is going to be a slider, which is like the magic level, which can go from all the way down to mundane, which is just like humans that have myths that there are dwarves and elves around. So it would just be like human world, right? But the higher you slide up that magic slider, you'll go all the way to up to, what's it called? Like just primordial ooze and weird tentacle creatures, which we see the prototypes of right now in the necromancer experiments. So depending on how high you go with the magic slider, the weirder your world gets, to the point where you might end up in a world with no functional creatures whatsoever. And as far as what kind of magic, I mean, there's already quite a few different types of magic in Dwarf Fortress. There's the normal necromancy, but the intelligent undead have various powers. One of which is they can shoot ice shards. You don't see it very often, but it exists. Another one is they can like grip their hand and make things feel pain from a very far distance. They have various other weird pseudo magic abilities. So there's already like pseudo magics in Dwarf Fortress, but the magic update is planned to expand upon that greatly. Kia made out of cheese. Well, this is an interesting tweet. Of course, this really doesn't mean much, but that one really popular anonymous Twitter account just tweeted out, the Anonymous Collective is officially in a cyber war against the Russian government. That's interesting. Did I request the trader come? Ah, I did. Do it's already here. Sorry, Dwarf, you gotta come back. Sorry. Apologies. Just come back now. We need to talk to you. Oh, hey, they actually brought unicorns again. They haven't brought unicorns in a while. They brought a dingo, cardinal, and a wolf. Oh, yeah. And there's mandatory enlistment. Well. Which we were talking about, what, 20 minutes ago? One of those times where I hate being right. Stay safe out there, chat. You know, normally I'd be really happy right now because my YouTube video that I put up yesterday is doing real well. Normally, I'd be real happy. Dude, fucking same, Brog. I'll be completely honest with you right now. There's part of me that's just tempted to go into just chatting and just drink coffee and watch the doom scroll go by, but... Yeah, like I said, all of the people that I know from the Ukraine dropped offline about an hour ago. Isn't that mostly what Longdeath is? Yes, except the other way makes it official. I learned about biting. It is interesting, says Elite Wrestler. Well, at least someone's happy. We need 3 more picks. I mean, Tygo was in here at the start of the stream talking about being afraid of maybe getting enlisted. So that was this morning. Member of chat. He's been offline for a few hours. Or maybe not a few hours, but like at least within the last hour. This is absolutely an existential crisis, yeah. Let's cover this with Kimberlite for right now. It's going to be a few days before they vote for more sanctions. I mean, I would argue what Ukraine needs is to not be invaded by Russia. That's my that's the problem here, but I don't know if like the problem is like it's more what does more troops do aside from kill more people? Like literally, that's the problem here. Weapons are too effective. We're too good at killing each other. Well, they're getting more troops, i.e. forcibly giving everybody a gun and telling them to go have fun. Yeah, I don't know if I really agree with that take, amateur player. I don't think sending more people in to go fucking die is necessarily going to be the right answer at any point in this. But that's my very Canadian, lives very far away from that part of the world take. I mean, isn't Finland already sending them artillery? I was reading about that last night. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm a 27-year-old child who's never done any military stuff ever outside of fucking St. John Ambulance. It's basically just like meta cadets. Alright, so I can remove both of these. I totally forgot those downstairs were even there. Because I had downstairs constructed here to go down to here ages ago and then built this stairwell later. And apparently I never actually like got rid of the stairways. I just built flooring over top of them. That's kind of funny. So now we can get rid of them. You just found out how important a manager is for DF. Having a manager is like the difference between playing Dwarf Fortress and like having a mental breakdown because of how like tedious this game is. Without a manager, like you'll just die from the fucking tedium. It was like night and day. Hell yeah. I wish the night and day close to me was still open because they had pretty good sandwiches. It's a diner chain. I think they're like gone now. I keep just like being at a loss for words. I apologize. I feel like I'm like being way too quiet today and not talking enough, but like. Main fear on this whole attack is we'll put a stop with just. Oh, are you saying will Putin stop with just Ukraine? Spelled his name wrong twice. That's fine. You can spell his name wrong. I won't judge you. Well, like I said, Taiwan was trending this morning. Because China's being weird again. For whatever it's worth, yesterday before the first explosions went off, Putin, well, Russia, canceled all flights to the vast majority of airports until the 2nd of next month. I'm sure that'll get extended based on how things are going right now. But it's worth noting. This was never intended to be a short thing. I was asked about China at his conference just now, and he said no comment. Okay. I mean, that's the correct thing to say, probably. Am I just like... Oh, there it is. Bismuth bronze. Where the fuck did my bronze go? And it's like, I know I have like at least 10 bronze. Come on. Just want to get these holes in my floor filled. There we go. I mean, let's see. Yesterday, Putin was threatening everybody else that there will be grave consequences, air quotes, if you help. And all sorts of other fun things. He's literally just like fucking lost his mind and has just decided that, yeah, let's just start a war because that's gonna do something, I guess. Like, unfortunately, I just kind of don't really have anything to say on, like, it's just like this. Let's show off my ball. There was a news report that I saw like a week or two ago, which was essentially just like, this was like when all of the exercises were happening and there was a lot of propaganda coming out that there might be a fight, and it was just like, someone basically stated that Putin doesn't want a war. Just wants his sanctions list listed, and he wants to peacefully take over Ukraine, and it's like, and that's never going to happen, so it's never not, it's just only going to end in. It's like, I, at this point, genuinely have no idea what the fuck that man is thinking, period. Sure as shit does want a war. Guess he's got it. Hope he's happy. 2 more crutches and 1 more door. It's time to place more statues. It's certainly not popular with young people. I mean, I mentioned this earlier today, but I was watching a stream last night of the streamer Jesus AVGN, who's one of the biggest Russian streamers on Twitch. And his chat was just a wall of no war, we want peace, with Bible thumps and hearts. And there's people protesting and getting arrested en masse in various cities in Russia. I mean, it must be popular with somebody because they fucking voted to do it. That being said, not popular with young people. Last I checked, he already has one. He'll just get a bigger one. He's already got a war. And if he continues, it'll be a bigger war. I mean, I live in a world where... I would like to take this moment to remind all of my American viewers in the chat that Canada is nuclear fallout zone. In the instance where Russia fires nukes over the North Pole at the States, we shoot them down and they blow up in Canada. Just remember that. I'm not sure what you're talking about, Diamond, but okay. That's the point, Bruno. We have more space of nothing, like large, vast swaths of wilderness in the States. So if they do go off, we shoot them down. Because it's better for us to shoot them down and them to blow up in a forest and kill a lot of deer. And the odd grizzly bear. And a few moose. So in the case where they do go off, they go off in Canada. It's just fun feeling like a human shield, that's all. How's the fort going? Better than the Earth. Like, I would like to move into Longdeath right about now. It seems pretty great. Depends on how many are fired, amateur. Happy? That's an interesting statement. Hi, Merc. You made an artifact today. You made a unicorn bone spear. Yeah. Fort's doing great. We got a unicorn bone spear. Got a new baby in the fort. Trading has gone nice. We're keeping the king's wishes appeased. Generally having a pretty good fort. Pretty terrible, but it's like maybe unfair to the rest of the world to say I'm doing anything else. List. Hope you're doing all right. Bear the happiest things on the shoulder. Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't say I've been angry all day. More just really, really sad. Moose are tough. I bet the nuclear radiation would only make them tougher. Just imagine, like, giant nuclear mooses. They're just, like, glowing. Like, their antlers are just glowing. And they're like... You hope that you use the horn? It's hard to say. It's just made of unicorn bones, so I doubt that you use the horn. I'm not actually sure how, like, unicorn horn crafts work, but this is the description if you'd like to see it. Because I put it on a pedestal up here because it was cool enough that it's like, yeah, a spear, considering spears are like the main weapons that my military in this fort uses. Like, Unicorn bone spear, all craftsmanships of the highest quality. It is decorated with unicorn bone and encircled with bands of pigtail and round mica cabochons and rope reed. This object is adorned with hanging rings of plum wood. On the item is an image of Tubal, Tangle, Ern, the dwarf in unicorn leather. On the item is an image of pomelo, trees, and unicorn leather. On the item is an image of the phrases of sanctuary, a gabbro, hatch cover, almondine. Hey, Apocalypse. How's things? Not just them. Lots of people are. Animal. Speaking of someone who knows a lot of geologists, shooting down a nuke over Canada would piss them off very much because the radioactivity measurements of isotopes are very important. Part of determining the geological age, and Canada has some of the oldest rocks in the world and hasn't been subducted yet. Well, ever since the Cold War, that's been an agreement that Canada and the US have had. If nukes are fired over the North Pole at the US, they land in Canada. It's just a fact. Which means that's why they've got submarines off the coast to, nuke other things. Hope you're doing all right, pilot. Up, dude. I actually I was really high when I watched it, so apologize if like the facts are fuddled. But like last I guess probably spring/winter 2021, I watched this thing on Netflix, which was just like a series of like short science things, and there was this one which was just like, we got better like detecting genetic lines and a bunch of other things based on like the amount of radioactivity from all the nukes that we fired off, and like it actually was helpful for science in a lot of ways. Like even though it's like detrimental and terrible, it like helped us innovate certain things because of the number of nukes that we shot off. And something about genetics. Need to go look it up. But that wasn't all bad. There was a few benefits, even though it was mostly just bad. Wait, hold on a second. What about all the good strip clubs will be in danger? Huh? What does that have to do with anything? I totally missed that anecdote. Yeah, pray to whatever god you believe in. Although I will say right now is a very good time to buy this War of Mine. With the radiation. I guess I'm like not connecting the two in my head between radiation and strip clubs. Is there like a common joke here that I'm missing? Some of the deepers in caves and zones weren't affected, which actually found isolated halophoric bacteria living off of the ambient heat and chemicals in a pool of salt water. That's cool. I mean, more specifically, we're talking about world news list. Nukes just came up in the topic naturally. In fact, I think you were here when they did. Okay, so I won't get mad at you for misspelling Putin, but can you at least do me the honor of spelling Canada correctly? You grew up in Buffalo. Oh, I get you. That makes sense. Yeah, that's like right on the border, right? Also, like the lower drinking age and all that. Yeah. I've heard lots of stories of people hopping the border up here to drink. It was always really funny for me when I would go down to the States when I was like 22. Because like my friend was like, oh my god, I turned 21 last year. It's like, I can actually drink with you now. It's like, I mean, you haven't been drinking for like 7 years already? Because I have. 20 minutes away? Fuck yeah, dude. Happy to provide reasonable drinking age and good strip clubs in Canada, even though I probably wasn't born yet. I will say that the good strip club in my area got demolished a few years ago. Now we just have the crappy one, which kind of sucks. So if I want to go to a good strip club, I have to go all the way downtown, which is like, admittedly, maybe once every 5 years. Door and crutch. Already got those queued up. Okay, fair enough. I mean, checks out as an 18-year-old. I mean, to be totally fair. Like the sound of the whole world right now, audio. How are you? To be fair, I wouldn't blame you at all. I mean, I'm actually shocked I haven't been, like, fined at some point for... in public. Well. Mostly because, for those of you who don't know, an early sign of being a type 1 diabetic is constant urination. I've never been to Niagara, so I've only ever seen pictures. But there was a good, like, year and a half there where I was, like, early symptoms, but not major symptoms. Like, not major enough to get hospitalized and diagnosed, but, like, enough symptoms that I had symptoms. And there was definitely a good long period of time there where I was peeing every 45 minutes. So, yes. I'm kind of shocked I didn't get fined for that or arrested or something. Yeah. Audio. One way to put it. And I apologize for being such a doomer on stream today. It's just I'm not mentally capable of doing anything else. To watch somebody who's far stronger than me to put on a positive face today. But doing my best here. To at least keep cool, you know? Not just break down. This soundtrack is amazing as always. Yep. It's interesting that it just rolled straight into the Hollow Knight soundtrack after the last one. I don't know how much this I'll put on, because I don't know if this one's going to get bopped on YouTube. But even if it does, do I really care? Probably shouldn't monetize this VOD anyway, because if I do, it'll be like, oh no, you're talking about global conflicts. We're going to demonetize your whole YouTube channel. No, probably shouldn't monetize this one. Because, like, you know, last thing I need is, like, to get demonetized over fucking Putin being a trigger-happy twat wagon. Don't even hear it? You need better headphones. Better, I need to turn it up. Probably the... Probably the latter, to be honest. I always keep the music on my stream very quiet because some people like to watch my stream while listening to other music. Just kind of give that as an option. Also, Fliss, welcome to the stream, by the way. Not sure how you ended up here, whether or not you came through YouTube or other places. But But if you just came looking for random Dwarf Fortress stuff, for whatever it's worth, next week on Thursday at 3 p.m. Pacific, assuming we're not all dead, Tarn Adams is going to be joining me to talk about the roadmap to release for Premium Dwarf Fortress. So, 3 p.m. Pacific. So, actually, right now in 1 week. 1 week from today, right now. We will be talking about dwarfs. I'm making the fort pretty. That's literally all I'm doing. And still trying to clear up boulders. But clearing up boulders takes forever and stresses the dwarves out. So I give them like 2 to 3 year breaks, literally. People on the ISS is getting the news. Are there like Ukrainian astronauts up there right now? Because there's usually 1 or 2 Russians up there. That'd be weird. Like, who's up on the ISS currently? I hadn't even thought about that. I'll be honest, that's like the last thing on my mind currently. Are we still working on thread? No, okay. Somebody left rotten food on the ground. Yep. Yeah, I read about that. Little bit of a smaller concern currently, I think. I don't know if they're part of the International Space Agency. Neither do I. I don't really follow space stuff very closely. Chat follows space stuff closely so that I don't have to. What we will put up there to replace it? Well, assuming we're not all dead, which is going to be like my caveat for everything that I say in regards to the future. Probably a more modernized version of the ISS, I would assume. Assuming it makes it up there. Well, fuck CNN, but they do have footage of live firefights currently. Yeah, and bouncing off of, I think something that Amateur said earlier, the UN's voting on Friday about what they want to do. So, you know, way to be timely, guys. You want 3 more picks. You have 1 of 2 crutches. Got so many picks in my fort because of this fucking guy. It's ridiculous. I mean, yeah, we'll have the Amazon station, the Tencent station, the Google station, the Microsoft station, the fucking Scientology station. Where they film the movies with the, what's his name? I guess that'll be the, I get, okay, they better have a streamer center in the Amazon station for Twitch. Come on. That'll just be like an extra pod that they tack onto the side of the Amazon station. The meta station, which immediately just turns into SS13. Yeah, I don't know. I don't like the future, chat. But, much I can do about it. Pornhub station. Now that's the one I'm looking forward to. Porn in zero gravity. Underwater porn isn't cutting it anymore for me. And the the vomit comet videos are too short. Hell yeah, Elamino. Someone's got to be happy about something. Hey, Navy. As I will just say to every new person who pops into chat today, I apologize for being a bit of a doomer, but can you blame me? Honestly, genuinely just hope that the metaverse just goes the way of Second Life and just becomes this really weird niche, like, micro community that nobody cares about. That's my take on meta. It just goes the way of Second Life, and then we all just kind of forget that it exists, and then like in a decade people are like, remember meta? And we'll all be like, no, and then move on. Oh, that's about how well it'll go. And there's a whole mile layer of space junk. Oh yeah, absolutely, that scene from Wall-E. I mean, Facebook is already a niche. It's currently just the social media of choice for most 40-something single moms. I just want to make jokes about docking at Pornhub Station. Chad, some of you have played Elite Dangerous, right? Just gonna shout out the fact that Love Station exists, where you can buy and transport sex toys and lubricants. Just gonna remind everybody about that for a second. And they make innuendos at you when you request to dock. Great. You've never found that station? Was one of the best laughs I got. It's that one and like Hutton Station, Trucker Station. They're very different games, amateur. Very different games. Not a fan of arcadey flying personally. Come on. Guess you finally turned into an animal caretaker. I guess my statement still stands. They're very different games. But it's fair. You can like one better than another. That's also okay. But my statement still stands. They very, 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 very different games. Oh, I know exactly what you mean, Pirate, which is why I stopped playing a long time ago. Yeah, I like very simmy flying. Like, to give you an idea, I tried Star Citizen at one point because they had a free play point for a bit there, which didn't last super long. But during one of their free play times, it's like even that combat model was far too floaty and fake feeling for me. Figure out why the frame rate just went bye-bye. Probably because of all the buildings I queued up. Uh-huh. Animal. I don't know. I personally don't really want to think about the future of the space industries because I kind of hate it. So I kind of hate it. Oh, that's why it's lagging. Elves are still here. You dread it becoming stupid? Hmm? But it'll be full of people and those I don't like. Yes. Well, rather, it'll be full of people. And some of those people I don't like. I love it when I get marketing emails from Twitch telling my bots account to go follow XQC. Always too amused by that. Of space civilization that seems likely? What, mass enslavement and keeping people unequal? In other news, chat. Just, like to inform everybody of this. Very important. Speaking of very important news today. Possibly the most important news today, in fact, is one of the moderators of this stream, Stoned Hobo, found a bunch of ducklings. Look at those ducklings! Look at them! If you want to just see that photo and the full-blown version of it, it's on my Discord. It's in the post-pet pictures room, which I was filling up with houseplants with the help of Pink Fluffy Llama earlier today. But it's kind of just turned into the cute animals room anyway, so that's fine. But Kelsey, today's kind of rough. I mean, I've been saying to every new person who tunes into chat, I'm being a bit of a doomer today. Don't put them on the right. I won't. Don't worry. I'm being a bit of a doomer today, for what should be obvious reasons. So just kind of keep that in mind. I don't really have the mental capacity to shut out world events to this degree. Cancel those or not cancel, but suspend those floor construction jobs, or a bunch of them. I got a little bit too overzealous with my constructions. You're a doomer too. I feel like doomers and Dwarf Fortress players kind of go hand in hand to a degree. I'm just going to throw this out there. I'm not going to call anybody out in specific, but a person keeps unfollowing me and refollowing me. It's like, you seem fine. Just make up your mind. You don't want to follow me. It's fine. You don't need to. But, it's just funky. Because I do see it pop up every time you do that. You're a private security contractor and you lost 4 of your people last night? Oh my god. So when you say you lost 4 of your people, you mean that they, just quit? Because you get to like me and then you don't for some reason? make up your damn mind, dude. Just note that I get a notification on my dashboard every time you refollow, so. I'm just me. I have no real filter. Cyrolac, what up? 22 months. Fucking yay. Cheers, man. 2 months off of 2 years. Okay, just wanted to clarify that, Cussy, because just saying, like, I lost 4 people last night can mean a lot of things right now. Gotta keep that beer emote. Gotta keep that beer emote, man. Barkbot works again? Yeah, it started working again around towards the end of yesterday. Twitch turned their API back on. I just picked a bad time to restart it. Russian space company's director general is bashing about the sanctions imposed on it, endangering the space industry, and that will hurt the ISS because Russian crafts have kept it in orbit for the most part, which is true, with little boosts over time. I mean, I'm just gonna throw this out there and say that they got bigger problems right now. And the bigger problems is their government. They should tell them to stop shooting at people and blowing things up. Is there a story behind my sub notification sound? The Riff is a local metal band that I don't think exists anymore. And the rest is Daffy Duck screaming, "Help me." The reason I have somebody screaming, "Help me," is, way back, it used to be my follow notification. And there was one day where I got a whole bunch of follows all at once. And it felt like a whole bunch. It was like 15 or something. From a raid from a streamer named Limalicious, who still streams, and I think is actually streaming now. It was like I got like 300 viewers or something. It was like the most views I'd ever had at the time. And I just kept saying help. I was like, fucking help me, like, this is too much. Then I went around looking for something that was, like, recognizable and entertaining, but also something that I could get away with for fair use that I could use as a sound tag, and I really liked the way Daffy Duck screams help. So so it was just that for a bit, and then later I put it over top of the metal riff, because I like the metal riff. I can't even remember what song it is, but it's a song by a band called Revenger off of this album. So let me go over to Bandcamp. Avenger. I want to say it's from the song Slippage, but I could be wrong. I haven't listened to them in a while, if you can tell. Also, I'm all for off-topic shit today. I know that we're just going to keep sliding back onto the topic, so brief detours are fine. I'm just trying to figure out why my frame rate went bye-bye earlier today. It wasn't too long ago either. It's been running real slowly since then, though. Something must be stuck somewhere, basically. Might actually be you. Also scrolling back up, yeah, that's fine, Cussy. Like, I'm not like gonna go accuse anybody of having slightly weird wording today. Totally acceptable as far as I'm concerned. Seems like an exciting life, Cussy. News and Biden talking is tough. I don't know what Biden's saying. To be honest, as a Canadian, going to America for my main source of news is just frustrating. So I usually go for like either European news sources or elsewhere. Because half the time whenever I hear American presidents talking, I just want to slap them. I don't think Biden knows what Biden's saying half the time. He sounds like he's falling asleep. I mean, he probably is. Although, what would you prefer? A president who sounds like they're falling asleep or a president who sounds like they have early onset dementia? Because you guys have had both in the last 4 years. I'm sorry, Cyrolac. I still maintain what this one person said on Twitter last night. It was just a comment on one of the news posts of the invasion, which was just, I would really like to stop living in important historical events. And I completely agree. I completely agree. Doesn't really matter, Cyrolac. I really want to stop living in important historical events. I'm ready to just live in a mundane boredom. Let's go back to that. Been making dementia / salinity jokes about Biden for a while. Yeah, it's hard not to. It's the one thing that I do feel real good about the Canadian government right now is at the very least I don't need to worry about like my prime minister like keeling over with like, you know, dementia. Because at the very least, he's a young dude in comparison to most politicians. Seriously though, where the actual fuck did my frame rate? Do I have any cats in my fort that are like stuck somewhere? No, fuck it. Let's just get rid of all the peacocks, because maybe that's it. There might just be too many peacocks stacked in that one small room. I think the worst part is that the worst sanctions ever is only a handful of people and banks, and not going to drive any change in sanctions that Yeah, you are correct. You are correct, Inspringer. You're not old enough to remember what worldwide mundane boredom is like. You know what? I would tend to agree because like around like the beginning of my cognizance, it was like 2001. So. Makes the OCA look weak and the vice president is even more stupid. I mean, like I said, I'm not going to speak to the American situation. That's up to you guys. I will say this. Last night I was watching 3 different live streams of different spots in Ukraine while listening to Creedence Clearwater Revival. You're allowed to link whatever you want, wherever you want. Just don't be an asshole. You know the rules. Animal. I'm gonna get some of the... Yeah, it's gotta be these peacocks. Hey, it ain't me. Yeah, that not Fortunate Son specific. I was listening to actually don't know what year it is. It's a live recording of them playing at Woodstock. I don't think it has Fortunate Son on it. Hold on. Let me actually go check. Does it have Fortunate Son? This one. But it does not have Fortunate Son on it. Although now I want to listen to Fortunate Son, so thanks. Although that being said, I think tonight I'm going to be listening to Talking Heads. Just seems fitting. Let's see if killing these peacocks helps my frame rate. Things you only ever hear in a Dwarf Fortress stream. Let's see if killing these peacocks helps my fucking frame rate. I was also pretty baked last night, so whatever that's worth. Yep, that checks out, animal. Yeah, like I said, it's hard for me to do my job today, and it probably will be for a while. Because while there's people in a war zone that were watching this stream earlier today, I get to sit here and play video games on the internet. Like, I don't know. Because last night I got 4 DMs on Discord from different people, and 1 DM from somebody on Patreon who dropped his patron sub last night. Literally saying, like, I might be in a war zone tomorrow. Goodbye, potentially. So that's what's at the front of my brain. It's gonna stay at the front of my brain until this shit's over. I need more coffee. Coffee, fortunately, not illegal anywhere, I don't think. There's a tape. Oh, you mean like the one that she plays on guitar? I never played Last of Us. I watched a little bit of it, though. I think I've seen that clip. Oh, very high. I'm very much aware of that. But there's a difference between somebody watching something that I'm doing and passing away, or something that I did, or various other things, and somebody sending me a suicide goodbye letter, which happened once, or somebody, which was a long time ago, or somebody saying, you know, goodbye potentially. There's a very big difference between, like, I worked in fast food before I did this, right? This is no secret. And during that time working in fast food, I saw 3 people die and witnessed 1 person almost die. So, like, people dying is not something that I'm a stranger to, but there's a difference between seeing somebody die or knowing that somebody died and talking to them before something happens that could kill them, right? There's a difference. And also, hi, El Ruben. What's up, dude? Apologies for, like, the fucking broken doomer shit here today, but... doing the best. Whose butt we kicking today? You need an empathy transplant? It's funny because I generally don't have a lot of empathy. Surprisingly, dude, there's nothing better than like 2-day-old like cold rice than fried. Oh, fried in a little bit of like either like a good oil or like a good like animal fat. Yeah, literally. Okay, I found the problem with my frame rate. It was literally all these fucking peacocks. The frame rate's coming back right now. Yeah, no, exactly. It's like, I'm quite well aware that people have probably died while watching my stream. Or a recording of my stream or something. I mean, like, my YouTube channel is getting close to 2 million views, and we'll probably hit that in a couple of months. And my Twitch channel's at, what, 1.3 million? Yeah, 1.3 million. 1.336.1. I mean, I know for a fact that several of my followers have died. Like, there's a, somebody who used to watch me back in, like, 2017 era, who I got a DM from a different account basically stating, like, yo, I'm this person's partner that used to watch you. You were on their list of sub channels they subbed to, so I was just going through and, like, notifying, like, they passed away of cancer, like earlier this year. It's like, whoa, okay. Like, shit like that. Like, that's nothing that I'm a stranger to. But this is new. This is new. Yeah, that doesn't make it any better, though, Grave. All right, so moral of the story is, if your frame rate gets bad, kill your peacocks. Got it. Guess I can unsuspend all those jobs now. What would make it better? Russia to stop invading Ukraine. Sorry, but I'm not an easily fixable person. That's what would make it better. What would make it better from stuff that followers could do? Like, for me, nothing, probably. I mean, like, realistically, like, how do you fix me and my brain? I just need time. Like, there is no one thing that people could do right now for me that would fix me. I'm not the issue here, though, right? There's people that need help right now. A lot of people. And there's nothing I or any of us can really do. Aside from, like, maybe throw money at Red Cross. And scream into the void of social media. Feeling powerless is bad? Well, that's how I feel right now. You know, like I said earlier, it's really difficult to do my job when there's people. Yeah, I literally just saw that pop up, G-Panda. I was literally just glancing at that. Although I'm kind of confused as to who's talking to who in that sentence. Just because of the way that that report is worded. I think the most that you can do for me right now is just be understanding of my venting. Because, like, it's my brain won't allow it to stop. That's all I can really say. Hey, at least I fixed the frame rate. Yay. Too many peacocks. I mean, it wouldn't shock me if it was Ukrainian soldiers, but it's just really a weird... It's just weird wording of that report. A vengeful squirrel has subscribed to tier 1. Cheers. Thanks for helping keep this weird channel funded. Playing dwarfs. Amongst other things. Fair enough. G-Panta. Yeah, that about checks out. You know what I am going to do, though? Is there's a Ukrainian Orthodox church a couple blocks up from me that every Sunday they, for a $2 donation, you can get sausage and 3 pierogi. They're apparently extending that to 7 days a week. Based because I'm on their email list because I like buying cheap pierogi. Maybe I'm low, but like if I could just walk up the street from my house and like walk up to a little old lady who just gives me like that for a $5 tip, fuck yeah, I will go donate money to your church. Like, you want me to donate money to your church, just like give me very cheap food. I'm a simple person, especially if it's pierogi and sausage. And apparently they're going to be doing that 7 days a week. based on an email that they sent out like 6 hours ago, which means I can go get pierogi and sausage every day. So that's a bonus. For sad reasons, but... You know, the one benefit for me about stuff like this is, like, does remind me that I have more empathy than I realize. At least I'm not a psychopath, yay. I will get pierogi. Maybe not every day, but I will definitely go get pierogi and sausage and give them too much money for it. Pasta wrapped around mashed potatoes and cooked in butter. Yep. 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 Although theirs usually have bacon. Because they're very traditional. They're definitely more Canadian than I am, but... Yeah, magical. Just like fucking smooth as butter now. Oh yeah. I mean, you help just by watching, believe it or not. I mean, believe it or not, that is why I started streaming back at the very beginning. I was just to have people listen to me natter on about the game that I was playing. Because I always had a tendency to just talk to myself about random, unrelated things whenever I'd play games. Kind of made sense after a while. Doors and crutches. Kind of annoys me. This mayor and this king demand stuff so frequently. I can't ever, like, take the time to, like, work on other things for the fort. Well, you're getting natters from a streamer who's trying not to just start crying on and off right now. So, glad somebody does. Oh boy. See me soonish? Cheers. Might be playing Zomboid when you come back. I don't know. See. We turned crafts back on, so we're going back to the rock clearing efforts. I had to step away. Welcome back. What's a Elden Ring? Is that like a ring that's slightly older than another ring? I mean, for whatever it's worth, this is an Elden Ring safe space. There will be very little Elden Ring, most likely. True. But, yeah, I know. It's not the eldest. Are there older rings? Are we going to have this discussion for a second time today, Mark? We had this discussion earlier today. People are allowed to make games that are similar to previous games without it immediately being, like, diluted down to a clone of a previous thing that they've made. Speaking of, I wonder how many people are playing Elden Ring right now. I wonder if the Elden Ring launch is going to make a dent in the Lost Ark player base. Oh, internal server error is how many people are playing Elden Ring right now, for whatever that's worth. Let's see if SteamDB has any better takes. I mean, those games are huge on PC. There's currently 391,763 people playing Elden Ring on PC, on Steam. Also, the cheapest place in the world to buy Elden Ring right now is Ukraine, according to price charting. It does look great. Like I'm not a fan of the way that combat works, and the way they do difficulty, but I will not deny that as for one of those, it does look fucking really well made. Can't imagine why. Yeah. It's like the equivalent of like a tenth of the price of anywhere else. I'll open the tab back up and show you. This is Elden Ring on SteamDB. So, full price. Apparently it's the most expensive in Japan. Sorry to anybody in Japan. Being at 9240 yen. Canadian $79.99. The cheapest place is, it's 60% cheaper, Ukraine currently, compared to the Canadian dollar. Been a while since you paid $80 for a game. I mean, that game's probably worth it. I'm gonna throw that out there. Like, everything I've heard about that game is that it's going to be very, 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 very dense. Everybody's talked about how long and dense that game is, so. I don't know, maybe finish the thing that you're currently playing. Wait, was that the ad that was on that page? I didn't even look. My brain, like, doesn't register ads. Oh boy. You would rather go for Horizon? You have to own a console to play Horizon. You're going to be on Everhood for a while. Oh, really? Yeah. Are those Achievos that bad? Just for reference here, I think Squug has... Squug, how many Dark Souls games have you 100%ed? Just asking for science. I know it was more than one. Psychic ad block? Well, I am using Brave, which does block most ads anyway. But... That's why you would. You played the first one and it's now on PC. I mean, what's it called? Give it like at least 2 years, and then you'll get Horizon Forbidden West on PC. Also, you got debated by KEKW. I mean, okay, how about this? How many FromSoft games have you hunted? But DS2 and DS3 and Sekiro. Fair enough. So basically all of them except for Bloodborne. All of them except for Bloodborne, more or less. Yeah, you've talked about doing DS1 on Steam. Yeah, because, well, I mean, why would you want to play Bloodborne anyway? It runs on PS4 at fucking 25 frames a second for most of it. Also, Psychic Ad Block is a superpower I would really like right about now. Yeah, I don't blame you. I'll be honest, I'm too tired to game right now. But I'm doing my best. You need to eat dinner. I need to eat lunch. Not because, like, I'm low or anything, but just because, like, I should probably get me some food soon. I mean, 2 hours from now that I need to eat dinner. I'm not quite at that time of day yet. These are all the boulders that we're trying to clear out down here. It's a lot of them. We're partially giving some of the dwarves a break. I want more picks. Fucking needy bitch. Christ. That dwarf. Humans have arrived to trade. Time to stop those rock craft jobs. Bring all of the used clothing down. All the way up to early summer. Oh, cool. Canada joins the party. Apparently Canada's putting sanctions on Russia and canceling a lot of exports. Not all of them. Also, investments are open if you want to invest your tickets, chat. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. The world is the same as ever. What requests do you have of our merchants from the human royal treasurer? Lumped camel cheese. Finalize the export agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. And they kind of really want metal bars. Weird. Let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. Cheers, human. Sidebar say, I was near a trade depot. No, I am not interested. Also, for reference, this is my city right now. That's Vancouver. I'm actually just, I'm gonna link this image. Okay. I'm not gonna do this on stream, but like, I linked that image. Zoom in on the sign on the top right. You'll see it. It's quite the sign. I'll put it that way. Quite the sign. You'll find it. It's just on the right side. It's very easy to spot. Here's the thread if anybody wants it. Oh boy, yeah, that's accurate. Apparently they're planning a really big no war protest on Saturday. I might actually go. You don't want your tickets? It's funny. There's people take sides with the bot, usually, Merc. And it's either all the way on, like, I want all of the tickets, or it's all the way in the opposite direction of, no, I want to lose all of them! It's actually harder to lose all of them than it is to gain them. It's harder to have 0 tickets. You gotta get yourself out of the 1940s there, Animal. It's good advice for him, though. It'd save a lot of lives, unfortunately, Cussy. Yeah, you get 2 tickets every 30 minutes if you're subbed to the stream. You get 1 every 30 minutes if you're not subbed. Also, this just dawned on me. Any of you guys remember me talking about my neighbor who had a lot of money in Ukraine? Any of you guys remember that babble that I did a little while ago now? bet you he's not gonna get that money back. I want 3 more crutches. So my neighbor, who shall remain nameless for all of the reasons, my neighbor, his wife is originally from Russia, and she has a lot of family in Ukraine. And he, has, and by relevance, has, like, you know, a lot of married family in the Ukraine. He's born and raised Canadian, and she's grew up in Moscow, and then spent most of her adult life before immigrating to Canada in Ukraine, living and working there. And they built a summer home in 2019 in Ukraine. And he like tells this story to anybody who will listen to him, so it's not like it's a huge secret for him. He built a summer home there, which was like a pop-up summer home, which they bought from as like a kit, right? Like, you know, you can buy like those very easy pop-up homes. So it was like he says it cost him like 20,000 euros or something for this house that they built. They built the house on the property. They put it on good foundation and everything. They did that in summer of 2019. And he was ranting throughout 2020 and 2021. Every time I'd go out to the smoking area to talk to my neighbors, because I speak with them sometimes. Every time I would go out there, he was always ranting about how I left a bunch of money there. And one day he finally stated that he brought an extra 20,000 euros, which he left under one of the pieces of furniture in this house on his family member's property. And I remember asking him, like, have you did you think about just, like, you know, asking them to send you the money or something? And he goes, "Oh, I don't trust them to send me the money. They'll take the money and run." He's like, I don't trust any of that part of my family. I'm like, all right, fair enough. Anyway, to my knowledge, he never got back over there to get that money out of there. So I guess he's not getting it back now. It was kind of a funny story last year when I told it the first time, but I mean, dude owns like 5 houses as rental properties over here. He's doing just fine. But like, also, yeah, that's a lot of money. 20,000 euros is a lot of money. A lot of fuck off money. Like, dude's doing just fine. Like, it's not gonna, like, he refers to it as a relatively large amount of spending money. €20,000. Relatively large amount of spending money. That is a relatively large amount of spending money. Indeed. To my knowledge, it was in cash, but if I see him again, I need to ask him about that. Be like, so whatever happened with that? I did see his wife, my other neighbor, obviously, pacing around outside this morning. I didn't say anything to her, though. I know she's got a lot of family out there. They have a cute cat. Very, 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 very fluffy, long-haired cat. Sometimes it gets shaved. Holy fuck, we live in the current year. Is this decade over yet? Apparently not. In regards to me saying, "Oh, holy fuck, we live in this in the current year," it's a headline bouncing around stating that the Government of Ukraine is asking for volunteers from the country's hacker underground to help protect critical infrastructure and conduct cyber spying missions against Russian troops. I have a question. Why are they asking from, or just their countries? They should just ask everybody around the world. It was halfway a rhetorical question, but in all seriousness. I do like seeing all of these no war protests popping up everywhere. Quite literally, yeah. Space pirate. I guess as to not get more people embroiled. A bit late. I'd say more or less most of the world at this point is like... I think maybe not embroiled, but at the very least aware. But you're probably right. So I need that electrum, that gold, that rose gold. And then as much cheese as I can carry. The fun thing about China is China's also performing military exercises close to their like local small independent countries that really don't want to be part of China. That's my actual fear right now. Is that China's going to be like, seems like a good idea to bomb somebody. That would be the official, all right, I lose faith. I'm going to go hang out with my parents, guys. I'll see you guys next week, maybe. Moment, but we haven't hit that point yet. China will probably just laugh. I mean, I don't agree with much that China does, but I get the feeling they don't want war. They just kind of want to continue on the trajectory that they're on, which is quietly just becoming richer than everybody else until they can trick us all into speaking Chinese and then buy us all forcibly. So I kind of get the feeling they don't want war, but it's hard to say. Start to do thing you would have wanted. You might start to do the thing you would have wanted to do for years, and you have a 2-month supply of canned food. Are you saying that you're gonna go buy one? Because you should have done that a while ago. I have like probably about a month's worth of canned food, not counting the 4-kilogram bag of rice. I have. Whereas, like, the difference here is, like, Russia has money, but nowhere near China money. All China would have to do is stop buying us. There's more things China would have to do, Sarlacc, but we will get to a point where China's going to try and do something stupid, I bet. Also, I would just like to re-show this. It's not a meme. This screen grab from Star Trek. Because yes, Q, I agree with you. I will also take 10 chocolate sundaes. Maybe 12. Now they don't. Work. Most people overestimate the amount of calories they have stored. Trust me. I carb count and calorie count everything. Like, I literally have to. I know exactly how many days worth of meals I have. Because I know how much a can of X thing feeds me for. Yeah, if I wasn't a type 1 diabetic, probably I would be miscounting, but I am quite aware of how much food I have. Actually, the bigger concern that I have is I only have about 2 weeks of insulin right now. Okay, so that's actually the bigger concern I have. It's not the amount of food I have, it's the amount of insulin that I have currently. Actually, I should probably call my pharmacy and be like, yo, can I get 2 boxes of insulin? Thanks. Come pick that up tomorrow. Might do that tonight. I also only have about 5 days worth of needles left. Just for reference, like, you know, if World War III does happen and there's like global shortages of medicine and shit, I'm just gonna die. That's basically how that goes. Like, whenever I see people like joking and fetishizing about wanting like to live in a post-apocalyptic world, I'm always like, what is wrong with you? It's like, I'll have like 6 months, give or take. You know, and 23% of it ATM. If they stopped, Desiree would kick the government and shut down. Yeah. All right. Well, fair enough. You probably know more than I do. They're like, I will just simply smile and nod. I'm not educated on the subject. Not enough to speak on it, anyway. Not that that ever stopped anybody. Sure, but China still has more. Thought of Minstrel. I'll also say this, Animal. Instant noodles. Real cheap and quick and easy way of stockpiling a lot of food. And you don't have to buy like the super cheap, like 99 cent or like 99 cent for 3 ones. You can get like just the noodles from those things for like $1, and you'll get like 4 meals worth for that. Then just add like canned vegetables or something, and it's a really good way. Like, if you want to actually get into stockpiling food, that, rice, potatoes also last a shockingly long time. Grain, oatmeal, plain oatmeal that you can just store in a separate container. That's a really good thing to hold on to. Then you get veggies. Yes, veggies in air quotes. I mean, these fucking things. Like, this is $1. It's like 4 lunches or like 3 dinners. A drop of dawn and streamers gone. Animal. Just can't store You can't store potatoes in your apartment properly. Even if you put them at the back of the dark covered, they sprout. You've got moisture, my friend. They only sprout if they get moisture on them. Everybody's picking up equipment. I wonder why. Oh, it's because they're transporting clothing. That'd be why. Yeah, no, potatoes are shockingly easy to store, but also, like, can be kind of weirdly finicky. Also, this is real weird to me. Aqua, you said cup noodle. Then Dawn of Minstrel said, even if I put them back in a dark cupboard, they sprout. And then the line that you said at Dawn of Minstrel, get a big Tupperware tub and fill it with sand, then put them in there, works with onions too, didn't show up in my chat for some reason. Only showed up in my bot's chat. The fuck? Why didn't that show up in my chat? There's a particular kind of sand that's perfect for it. It's how they store potatoes between WA and harvests and long warehouses. It's insane. Huh. Interesting. Dehumidifier? I didn't even think about that, but yeah, you could do that. I mean, I don't have a storage room. I just have my closet, which is why I don't keep potatoes in there. I know I wouldn't be able to store potatoes for very long. Playing with certain toys affect the stats of children? I don't think so. I think that's planned. What does affect the stats of children, though, is if they play in a guild hall while lessons are being taught. Because in guild halls, dwarves can just go and put on lessons, and the dwarves and the kids, the little kid dwarves, can hang out where those lessons are being taught. And they can gain skills. I've actually had, I had a kid grow up as a metalsmith once because I had a metalsmith guild. Well, the wiki probably has an answer for you, Space Pirate. Man, lots of people are unfollowing me and refollowing me today. Do people just get twitchy thumbs? What's going on? Or am I saying things that are that controversial? Delica gel packets? Those are the little white things that say do not eat, right? Do not consume! Like get shipped with my records sometimes. Gotcha. I like how today's conversation has gone. It's gone from like, morning everybody, to like extremely doomer, to now we're talking about prepping. Oy vey. Loud noises. Yeet. First off, thanks for the 23rd month, Islet. And do you have positive news, or were you just saying positive news? Stone Oboe, hello. How are you? You're just saying positive news? I mean, well, something sort of positive is a Russian saboteur has reportedly been arrested by Ukrainian forces in Kiev. It's pretty good. One of them. I got one of them. Ugh. I mean, my positive news is that currently I really, 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 really want 10 chocolate sundaes. That's my only positive news. Despite the fact that you're following me already, so the following may be a little buggy or something? Oh, maybe. Although, according to your account, you're not following me. For whatever it's worth. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe Twitch is just borked. I made you hungry at 1 a.m.? What, for 12 Sundays? I mean, naturally. Happy to do something positive. Also, hope you don't have anywhere to be tomorrow. You know, Hobo, I will just continue to quote the tweet that I saw last night, which was just, all right, I'm ready to stop living in important moments in history. Same. Hobo lives in Florida. They're on a different planet. Nothing else is like really major. Speaking of major, hi Manon Major. How are you? What's up, dude? Apparently, no English page exists. I don't know what that is, Animal. But that Wikipedia page, just the name of the page, looks like a slur to me. It just looks like a curse word. Like that looks like something that you'd call somebody. It's like Beshit or something. That's how it looks to me. I'm probably butchering that, but you fucking whatever that is. Yes, exactly. I mean, to be fair, it's like calling somebody a fucking biscuit, probably. Yeah, fucking biscuit. Get crumbled like the piece of crumbly bread, yeah. How well? Or how am I? On a scale from, like, great to doomer, I'm pretty damn close to just full-on fucking doomer right about now. Pretty shit, to be blunt. Too many, extremely shitty unknowns right now. We just, like, turned that into, like, the chat swear word. I just really confuse anybody from the Netherlands that comes to the channel. Just like, what the fuck are you on about? Well played. To Rusk, which sounds like a card game. That's definitely an indie run-based deck builder. Sounds lovely, though, Animal. But yeah, today's just kind of, streamer does his best to not break down into tears. Stream. That's how most of today's been. Because apparently I have a fuckload more empathy than I thought. Damn it. Very inconvenient. Yeah. This past year's made me soft. I just need to keep laying down this bluestone. I don't really want to start making glass blocks. I'm still trying to get rid of all these boulders. Like a little bit weirded out by the fact that Elden Ring has been out for, I don't know, 4 hours now and there's no user reviews yet. Like everybody's too busy playing to leave it a review. Someone say glass. I mean, that green thing in the middle of the screen is made of glass. Not an Elden Ring spoiler, but I got a really good mod that I would like to show you guys of Elden Ring. If it ever loads. That's what we're doing right now. Fuck, Phenomenon. God dang it, it's not loading. Alright, TLDR, people put Lamar from Grand Theft Auto into Elden Ring. So. You're too impatient for this? Oh, I know. I mean, I know. But the initial pit for this fortress we cleared out over about 30 years in game. Also, Hobo, I'm DMing you something. Keep that in DMs. All right. But yeah, we're just making crafts and repeat on all these little shops. Well, not all of them, just some of them. I could, but you know what happens when you encrust stuff with cabochons? After a couple of 100 years, the game forgets that they're encrusted with cabochons, and if a dwarf equips it, or if you try and examine it, it can crash your game. It's one of the oldest bugs in DF that's never, like, been fixed. So, it's something that I've avoided doing for that reason, because the value of items doesn't really matter to me in this fort. But I don't want there to be, like, random clothing with, like, cabochons. I could just make gems and sell gems. So that is an option. You could make gems. But I am avoiding encrusting things. You finally got a Windows 11 computer? And I'm trying to find a pun. That or a reference to Stranger Things, but I'm not finding one. Most people don't. The only reason I know about it is because of Arch Crystal. Because to my knowledge, Arch Crystal is the only fort that ever ran into it. The problem also used to happen with artifacts, but to my knowledge, that one's been fixed. It was fixed with a slapdash thing by making artifacts just impossible to destroy. And also, dwarves don't do anything with artifacts, so even if it does start happening with your artifacts, and you examine them, it'll only happen if you examine them. So as long as because the dwarves don't do anything with artifacts, it doesn't actually matter. You got a little cube computer to replace the piece for shit that you were using for Rocksmith? Okay. I don't know what a PCIe 4 is, but... And discrete graphics, which you think is more than 50 gig of storage? Huh. Cute little computer. I almost bought a laptop the other day because I was like, $300 for a used laptop that has decent specs that I could use as like a at the coffee shop laptop, and then I didn't. Oh, piece of shit. Okay. Gotcha. Makes more sense now. E is close to 4. This is true, but I'm also slightly distracted. So if I miss something like that, too. Crazy. Apparently the Emmanuel Macron, president of France, is expected to speak about this in about 30 minutes. Ew. How much? It depends on how high definition those JPEGs are. I mean, unfortunately, I don't think bananaforscale.com has gigabytes. God damn it. Unfortunately, Banana for Scale does not have gigabytes as a listed amount. So I can't tell you how many bananas is 50 gigabytes. No. Once the Kobold factions get killed on your location, it's basically a guarantee that they'll never come back. I don't really expect to ever see them again. The last time I looked at Legends, which was on year 300, they still had there's about 30 of them living south of the humans. So, I mean, they still exist. There's just not many of them. Apparently, Axon the Dwarf put on a new item and is feeling great. Well, that's good. So unfortunately, the only real memory of kobolds that we have for this fort is that statue of Gurgi Khalildis and the name, whatever the name of the other one was. The 2 married kobolds that died in this fort. How's your dwarf doing? You're still you're a child. You got nauseated after being in the sun. You were dwelling on it. You were grouchy after being caught in the rain. But you're 4 years old, and all you say is, I could do without all of these creatures and tangled greenery. You would have the great outdoors burned to ashes and converted into a great mining pit, a strengthening after being caught in the rain. You are a firm believer in the value of tradition, and you greatly respect and observe the rules of decorum and dignity. A turnaround after wearing tattered clothing in 377. And you believe that those who sacrifice for others should be deeply respected. And you find introspection to be a waste of time, and you dream of creating a masterwork, and this dream was realized. You dislike abstract discussions and would much rather focus on practical examples, form only rare emotional bonds with others, and you're stubborn. And you're slow to trust others, and you generally find yourself hopeful about the future. You are somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from yourself, and you like to take it easy, and you don't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. You're quite polite, and you do not easily hate or develop negative feelings. You don't handle stress well, which is a turnaround after being caught in the rain in 378. And you are brave in the face of imminent danger, and you tend to consider what others think of you, and you need alcohol to get through the working day. You should see the opinions of a 0-day-year-old. I don't know about you, but I had lots of very strong, incorrect opinions when I also was 4, like whether or not mom was going to give me ice cream today, and I want my Lego back, and why did my little sister take my toy? Or rather, why did my older sister take my toy? Because my little sister would have been too young to really be cognizant of the ability of taking my toy. Don't we all need alcohol to get through the working day? We wish we didn't need alcohol to get through the working day, I think. Tangled greenery? Hey, Dwarf Fortress has bigger, weirder words for a 4-year-old. You're literally getting beer right now. Yeah. And the humans have arrived with their annual tributes. That's because you're only like 8 episodes past them getting that status. You have enough stone to make statues for every kobold. Oh, more than enough, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I do still have the the statue of them. It's right here. It's Kaljarorber, that was his name. Yeah, Kaljarorber. Cassie, one of the original 7 dwarves, I think, made that statue. Massively designed image of the kobold Kaljarorber and Korgurgi Khalildis. In nice. Kaljarorber is embracing Gurgi Khalildis. The artwork relates to the marriage of the dwarf, or of the kobold Kaljarorber and Gurgi Khalildis in the early spring of year 5. To have some brandy. I have no alcohol in my house because I have like 0 sense of when to stop drinking. I think me having alcohol in my house right now would be dangerous, so I'm going to not. Like, if I get too high, I just sit on my sofa and snack and wake up with high blood sugar the next day. If I drink too much, then like that's like a life risk for me. I mean, I think that child would probably get like an A for like their English capabilities at the very least, or their speaking capabilities in whatever language they speak. You'll certainly be smoking your brains out. Yeah, I think that if it wasn't such a like back in the day, I used to still have very little idea of like when to stop, but at least back then it was a well, if I drink too much, I just wake up with a hangover the next day. That's fine. But now it's like if I drink too much, it makes my blood sugar go low, which is dangerous. So I have to be very careful. You have a bar full. That was just starting to happen with my ex-girlfriend's family, and then my ex left me. So like the 2 nice bottles of vodka and like the 8 bottles of Fireball I got from her all eventually got finished. I don't even like Fireball. I don't know why he always bought me fucking Fireball. I usually would just like give it away. Because I do not like Fireball. Training axe. I mean, to be fair, a dwarf's working day is like 6 weeks. I don't sleep very often. If A, you have a sore throat, or B, you're mixing it with like hard cider. I mean, yeah, Fireball's like fine, like mixed with cider and such. Like there's definitely things that you can mix Fireball with that makes Fireball good. Fireball by itself is, I'd rather not drink it, thanks. It's not that it's like, it's impossible. Like I absolutely can drink it. I just don't really like it. Kind of for the same reason. Like there's plenty of beers I can drink, but I just. Oh, fuck is that sound? No, it was coming from outside. Someone is dragging a metal garbage bin outside on the sidewalk close to my apartment. And it was like I was like, what the? Like, it sounded like a car accident or something that just kind of kept going. Like, you know, metal hitting concrete, that sound? I will say, I damn near gave myself a heart attack last night. Because I had 2 live streams of Kiev and one of the smaller districts around the downtown area of Kiev open. And a YouTube video I was listening to ended and auto-played a video of an explosion in the background without me realizing that had gone off. And I was like sitting here in this chair, like kind of dozing off, like not looking at the screens. And suddenly I heard an explosion and it scared the ever-living piss out of me. The most startled I've been by a YouTube autoplay maybe ever. I'm jealous, Cuzzy. Sleep well, Diamond. Stay safe, yeah? But also happy early birthday, dude. Autoplay jump scare? Yeah. Well, I mean, to be fair, I thought it was coming from one of the streams, but... Dwarves have arrived to trade. And then the music hitting loud noises. Yeah. Although music suddenly started to play is more like, where the fuck's that music coming from for me usually? Like if I'm just like on my computer and suddenly I hear music, it's more of like a frustration, less of a fear, but when you're like watching Quiet City Landscape knowing that explosions went off recently and then suddenly you hear a really loud explosion, that's a bit more like heart palpitation inducing than just like, you know, quietly chilling. And then suddenly music. But, yeah. Although I guess it depends on the music that the stream starts off with. If it's like, a lot of the music that I start my stream off with is usually pretty chill, but if it's like loud, pulsing EDM, like, or something like, yeah, that would get me too. Especially if it's a channel that plays like really loud music or something. Just going to queue up. Well, there's like no clothing, so I guess we'll do all the clothing. It's there. Let's press enter on all the crafts. Go! Yes. Sounds of Coruscant and woke up to the sounds of space battle. Space battle, eh? Yeah, I mean, it's just like, call from suspected spam caller. The suspected spam caller is my phone provider. Why the fuck is my phone provider calling? Hello? Hello? Yes? Hey, Vay. Hello, we are calling from Virgin Plus, and we would like to notify you that you are now authorized to get our exclusive offers because you're an existing customer of the last 9 years, and yada, yada, yada. I'm like, I'm not interested in your offers. And she's like, all right, well, would you like to hear what they are at least? I'm like, no. And then she's like, well, then she states, at the beginning, they also say that this is a recorded line. And I'm like, and I would like you to not call me again. Because I received a phone call like this that left a fucking voicemail last week. I was like, and I'm like, I'd like you to not call me again. They're like, all right, we'll add you to our do not call list. It'll take 14 days to process. And once it's been processed, then we will not call you for 3 years and 14 days. I'm like, can you put my name in twice? And she laughs and goes, no, unfortunately. Damn it. Anyway, I have the most annoying phone provider in all history. That's how you know that, like, when your phone tells you that your phone provider's phone call is a scam call, you have an annoying phone provider. They're cheap, which is why I'm with them, but fucking Christ, Virgin, shut up. That's how I feel about Virgin Mobile. Nil Tungsdemont, our outpost liaison, says, I am your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. You just use prepays? I need a smartphone for medical shit, so don't really have an option, unfortunately. Wait, there we go. I don't know what the fuck I'm funding, dude. They also, like, send these, like, weirdly passive-aggressive text messages saying, hey, Virgin Plus member, Fucking sign up for this thing and you'll maybe win tickets to go to the red carpet and see fucking Brad Pitt look like Brad Pitt with other people being awkward, dressed up way too expensively. I'd rather not. And shit like that all the time. You have a prepaid smartphone? Yeah, it's not an option for me. I need to have a phone at all times without the possibility of it running out. And also, those like pay-as-you-go services that are getting real popular in the States like don't exist in Canada at all. I always get real like, I think it's Mint Mobile. There's a few other ones, but Mint Mobile's the one I know of off the top of my head. I want to swap to one of those because I barely ever use my phone. So like right now it's like I could get burners, which are like, you know, just a flip phone that costs you $50 that has $50 worth of time on it and that's it. I could buy those, but you really can't get them in smartphone format up here. And those pay-as-you-go services really don't exist. Not for smartphones anyway. Flip phone, sure. Brad Pitt was in Deadpool 2? I saw that movie. I have zero recollection of that. What? Or are you like just memeing? Apparently you did, Animal. Yeah. Was he? No. I have like no recollection of that movie. I know I saw it. I also saw the first one. Although I'm just still annoyed by the first one. The first one is far too much of a, oh, this is definitely Vancouver movie. It's like pretty common amongst some movies for me, where it's just like, oh, this movie was filmed in Vancouver and it's so obvious that it hurts. That movie was so obvious that it hurts, but like they didn't even pretend that they were trying to hide it because they definitely didn't have enough money to pretend that they were trying to hide it. So even though it was kind of a funny movie, it was like broken for me because it was like, oh, they walk into this door and pop out on a completely different street. Or like they go into the backyard of a house and then walk around to the front of the house and they're on the other side of town. And like I recognize that street that they're at. Or like they'll walk into, you only see him when he gets electrocuted. Oh, that's funny. Who cares about fucking spoilers for that movie? And then like that, like they go into there's that whole scene when they're in the strip club and then they walk out of the strip club and they're 4 blocks up. It's like, stop it. If you're gonna like not even pretend that it's just Vancouver, like set your movie in Vancouver and at least stop fucking with me, because it makes this movie hard to watch. And I wasn't the only person. Like I came out of that movie and one of the people that I saw it with was like, man, that was a Vancouver movie. I'm like, you too, eh? He's the invisible guy. It's the best role he ever took. Oh, really? Okay, I know what character you're talking about now. I do not remember that was Brad Pitt, but I believe you. Win streak 7? Hell yeah, dude. Okay, so this was your first loss then? Gotcha. This live thread that I've been watching seems to have slowed down a bit. Also, Animal, I would like to remind you, I have that on cassette. That song that you just posted in music. And the unfortunate thing about that song is it's actually incorrect right now, because it is indeed the end of the world as we know it, but no, I do not feel even remotely fine. Good music, though. Document's a great album. It's the end of the world as we know it. Bronze. This is the wrong color. That's what the dog on fire me. Fair enough. I guess if you pair it with the, this is fine. It kind of works. Although, we're going to need you to stay trading. Still bringing so much stuff. Although, I seem to have cured a whole lot of the vomiting problems we were having in the fort a while ago. A lot of the dwarves were puking for quite a bit of time there. It seems to have gotten a lot better. I think my removal of a lot of the upper layers has helped considerably. I don't know what Jesse Cox is up to this evening, but apparently he's just like ripping in on trolls, and I'm finding it very amusing. Oy vey. Doom scrolling's getting out of hand. Gotta roll it back. So I haven't eaten anything. Getting close to 5. We've been on for almost 8 hours. What do? What do? He's hauling stuff. Do it's taking a break. Where are you at, Dwarf? Yeah, I should probably go get a snack. I'm debating as to whether or not I should switch games or not. Like, there's 52 people here. It's pretty quiet. But it's more than I was expecting given today. I'd be down to play some Zomboid for a bit. I don't know if there's anybody here who wants to play Zomboid, but... or if you guys want to watch Zomboid. But that is a possible swap game. I do still have the demo for Ixion, but I kind of don't want to play new things right now. I just kind of want to play things that I know. I can just play and have goals and just go to complete those goals. You're playing at the moment? Hey, Pug. Yeah, all right. I think I'll finish trading with the dwarves. By that I mean giving them as much stuff as I can. And then when I'm done trading, I'll go get food, and then I'll pop on the Zomboid server. How many people are on the server, Pug? If I can ask, or if you know. Currently. Just you at the moment? Gotcha. All right. Well. If anybody wants to play Zomboid with a resident doomer, I'll be on soon. After I, eat a bowl of rice. So many crafts. Don't get lost. Stay safe, animal. Sleep well. They're gonna be hanging out pretty soon, eh? Oh, okay. Leaving a lurk? Cheers, man. Appreciate it. Leaving lurks is more important these days than it was before. Or than it's been. Let's see. Starting at the top to bottom. These I follow 38 channels live right now. This is what they're all streaming. Elden Ring, Slay the Spire, Elden Ring, Captain Toad Treasure Tracker, Elden Ring, Lost Ark, Project Zomboid, Wandering Village, Elden Ring, Warhammer, Binding of Isaac for some reason, Just Chatting, Warhammer, Just Chatting, Elden Ring, Lost Ark, No Man's Sky, Elden Ring, Lost Ark, Elden Ring, Going Medieval, Elder Scrolls Oblivion, what? Rimworld, and then it's Elden Ring, Portal, Lost Ark, Neo Scavenger, Minecraft, No Man's Sky, and Quake 3, Arena, specifically. A lot of Elden Ring, and a lot of Lost Ark. Well, they finally announced that they are leaving soon, the dwarves. So I think I'm just going to let you guys follow Zatsuki. I'm going to go get me some food, chat. When I come back, we're going to be jumping over to Project Zomboid. So it'd be cool if you stick around. Maybe come play some Zomboid with me. I'm just going to go get me a bowl of rice. So I will be back in a couple of minutes. If I could get a round of beers, that'd be phenomenal. And if you happen to have sound commands, now's a good time to use them to entertain the chat. Back in a couple of minutes. Oh, also, if somebody pops in and is like, where's Streamer? Just be like, he's getting a bowl of rice.
Hero Quest is the best game ever made, and anyone who says otherwise is wrong.
No! No!
NANI?
I'm pretty sure that there's some alchemy mods that let you do that. But if you want to talk to people about discovering weird stone things that don't exist, Navy, Cupo can maybe help with that. Although that's all DF hack stuff, which is largely cheating because it's spawning things into the game. But Cupo's got the down low on making things into different things and all that. I do agree, though. We'll stick with DF until I finish my rice. Because I can't really eat when I'm playing Zomboid. Not safely, anyway. Also, dinner was breakfast burgers with leftover gravy. Hell yeah. You'd rather not cheat, though? Yeah, outside of that, it's kind of difficult. Wah, wah. Your dinner was good? Hell yeah. I'm eating rice with egg, garlic, and barbecue sauce because I ran out of teriyaki sauce. That's the streamer really needs to go grocery shopping, but has been too lazy and or depressed to go grocery shopping. I was going to go grocery shopping. There's one place that's closest to me. But apparently they've closed permanently and moved because I have a gift card for there. And I don't know where their new location is, so then I just went home instead, which is in the opposite direction of the grocery store I normally go to. So I didn't go grocery shopping on Monday, which I was supposed to do, but didn't. Cornbread, breaded fish, and actual cornbread. That sounds very corny. And has better Legends export. Yep. Although it doesn't have a better Legends export. Legends viewer is separate from DF hack. And you have a command to small a Slade flail for when you want to go golfing and adventure. A Slade flail, eh? The concept of golfing in adventure mode is kind of funny to me now. I've never heard anybody suggest that. You mean like, also for golfing. When you say golfing, you mean knocking goblins' heads as far as you want, right? Yes, true. That would have been a Slade Whip? Okay. And you mean whole goblins? Okay, gotcha. I get it. The goblin golf balls. It's a pretty legitimately terrifying thing. Your rice had two old carrots, jalapeno, frozen peas, onion, soy sauce, fish sauce, 2 fried eggs, and cilantro. Well, technically this also has rosemary in it. But that's just because my rosemary plants are inside right now because it's too cold for them outside. So they're inside right now. Ah, that's the depressed Bellinaire the Bard. for the same amount of knockback. True. You need more moon gravity. Cheers, Space Pirate. Happy to help. Also, Space Pirate, fun fact. If you bring something back from space, you own it. Thus, space piracy is legal. You just have to figure out how to bring spaceships back from space. Just saying. That's just one of my favorite, like, space piracy facts. And as a big fan of space piracy, I just want to make sure that everybody's aware that, you know. Who doesn't like space piracy? Come on. That ship is too angry to die. Dawson. God, I missed The Expanse already. Such a good show. I need to rewatch The Expanse. Although I think for the immediate future, I'm going to be mostly watching nature documentaries because I just need David Attenborough's voice in my ears. And not, you know, representations of a Cold War. Although Dawson's not my favorite. The Belters, though. The biggest success to me of The Expanse is just how well they managed to display the Belters. There's so many ways they could have just made that either really racist or incredibly unbelievable, but they actually managed to, like, build a science fiction culture that goes along with it. Fair enough, Merc. Good show. Bad dwarf. Stop. But dwarves meditating on war. Should mandate against that. Also, I don't want to listen to the Hades soundtrack. Don't want that. That soundtrack's fine. It's just probably my least favorite of the soundtracks that Supergiant has done. All right, so the dwarves are just going to be putting stuff away for a while. I'm just going to finish up her ice. All right. So today, held the population strong. We worked on the pattern a bit, and I'm working on importing more yellow so we can fill that center bit. Aside from that, I don't think we're going to do too much more yellow. I think it's going to be like mostly blue and pink. Different stripes and shapes, trying to make it look like it has depth. Should be fun, though. Make it look as cool as we can. But, I think that's it for Longdeath for the day. Here, specifically for Dwarf Fortress, there's more Dwarf Fortress on my YouTube channel than you could reasonably watch in a lifetime. Even though the most recent upload isn't Dwarf Fort. But there is a lot up there. Put a marker in chat now. And just say that if you're tuning out now, I get it, but I prefer that you leave a lurk, because it very much helps me out. We're going to be going to go play some Project Zomboid on a sub-server. So if you'd like to play on that server and you have Project Zomboid, you just need to subscribe to me or one of my teammates and then pop into this Discord. I can verify you. And if you're sticking around, if I could get around to beers, that'd be cool.